these in here? Let's get in there. Okay, this did not work. Okay, I guess you do need the tool to do the... God damn it. What? Oh god. Alright, well, great. We're gonna have to work that out with TJ a little bit, I would think. I just realized that I need a special tool to put stripper clips to load these fuckers with, and I do not have that. I need to order one. Because I can stripper clip these these cartridges into the mag, but there's this... I realize now you need a tool to kind of do that. Because otherwise it could normally go in there, but it doesn't want to. Oh. Ah, yeah, there we go. Got it in there. Woo! Nice! Just got 10 in there so quick, baby. That was actually... Alright, there we go. Hold on. Let's try that again. Alright, okay. Oh. Oop. Alright, almost with that one. I got 4 in there. Okay. Nice. Fucking love these soul stripper clips. Hey yo, Sneeko, watch my clips. Watch my clips. These are clips, Sneeko. Fucking moron. He came down from his godhood high and now he's embarrassed by the cringe he unleashed. That is honestly probably what happened to Kanye. He probably came back from a god high, realized the cringe. The problem is he's still probably a fucking Nazi. I'm pretty convinced he pretty much is that. However, I mean, I don't necessarily think that means that, like, he's, like, as unhinged about it as he is, but honestly, I mean, he's gonna have to do a lot of fucking work to actually, like, redeem himself if he ever really truly wants to do that. But I doubt it. You know what? They're kind of messing with my shit a little bit today. Got tinkering with this little guy all day today. Got it a little clean and oiled up a little bit. Hey! Shut up! What the hell, dog? Actually, make sure I get that bolt open. Keep it nice and secured. Ah, doggo. Vanilla, you can't attack cloaked, but in Star Trek, if you play the Romulans, you can? Huh. Well, yeah, because the Romulans have, like, a special element of their cloaking technology where they could do that. Which the Klingons actually stole from the Romulans. Which is why Klingons have cloaking tech. But they can't attack while cloaked. Because they haven't been able to advance in that type of technology. Or at least never do it totally successfully. Hey, puppy. You just want some head rubs? Stepdad agrees with David Koresh. David Koresh was like fucking literally a pedophile, dude. Like, he was abusing children there and shit. I mean, of course he does. I mean, I don't agree with the government, you know, because the government really honestly fucked up more so than anything else, I will admit. But that doesn't make David Koresh and the Branch Davidians any better. It's like he had two wrongs there, and basically, like, he condemns the government for attacking those. Well, yeah. Because, I mean, the thing is, I mean, in a way, I kind of do too. Mainly because, like, the Branch Davidians, there was actually, like, the government had, like, multiple agencies literally trying to, like, oversee the operation of dealing with, Waco. I shit you not, there literally were. Like, there was no actual honest authority, you know, from, you know, like, or, like, leadership within the government. Like, there was the ATF, and they had their own, you know, like, jurisdiction. There was the FBI, they had their own jurisdiction. Local law enforcement was taking orders from the FBI and the feds and the ATF and, like, literally everybody in between, and doing their own damn thing. There was, like, federal investigators there trying to, like, do hostage negotiations and shit, where it was basically not coordinated with, like, the ATF or anybody else, so thus would just never go anywhere. Like, frankly, I'd argue that the government fucked up more than anything on that, but that doesn't make, you know, fucking Branch Davidians any better or good. Like, they should have still have been addressed with, but, you know, but at least of how it was done was insanely fucked up. And grenades, yeah, that's why the ATF was there, and maybe the ATF should have been fucking retarded and done it more properly. Because they essentially did what they did at fucking Ruby Ridge. Like, the same thing happened at Ruby Ridge, but I still fucking absolutely detest the government for what they did with that shit. I detest the government over Waco more so the Branch Davidians because of their actions. Because if they're willing to do that with extremists, look what they're willing to do to average people. Look what they've done to black folk in this country. Fuck the government. I can give a fuck about, like, if they're Branch Davidians or not. I mean, they're wrong too, like I said. The Ruby Ridge, which is tangentially related to the Branch Davidians as well, brought up Ruby Ridge too, because he knows. Honestly, it's because he fucking knows about it. He grew up around that time. It happened when he was alive. And that guy was a fucking Nazi. And got his family sucked up into it by buying some random bumblefuck property that's literally in the middle of nowhere, Idaho. Fucking start smuggling guns to different little Nazi enclaves and fucking little campouts and shit out in northern Idaho. For, like, the Northwest Territorial Imperative at the time, which was a white supremacist neo-Nazi organization. Like, they're, you know, like, the guy worked with fucking neo-Nazis. And the reason why they caught him is because he sold illegal sawed-off shotguns to ATF agents. And instead of arresting him right then and there, or like dealing with the whole situation, swiftly and quickly, they decided to basically stalk him and go up to his fucking house and basically slaughter his family. Over time, too. Like, it was fucked up. And it's like I said, it's like, it doesn't make, those at Ruby Ridge or the fucking, Branch Davidians any better. Absolutely not. But the operations and what happened leading up to that shit was fucked. And our government has no goddamn excuse. In fact, they lied about a lot of shit. Like the fact that the Branch Davidians had a bunch of guns and grenades and stuff. The government's official take is that they're the ones who set the fires and burnt the whole thing down. So they're saying that the Branch Davidians were the one who burnt it down. What really happened was the government were using incendiary grenades and incendiary rounds, and there's been different investigations that have proven that the fires were started from things being launched into the compound, not the other way around. And then there was also evidence that some people literally were killing themselves and shooting themselves because they were trapped in some parts of the compound and could not escape. So a lot of people, like unintentionally died at Waco. They weren't even shot or killed by anybody else but themselves because they just couldn't get out. They couldn't escape. Like, there's actual evidence of shit like that. So that's why I say that, like, especially with Waco, it was fucked up. By our government specifically. Because they're the one who fucked it all up in the first place. They could have, dealt with the Branch Davidians in a way to where the leadership and the organization of, the fucking, cult, could have been addressed, and those guys are arrested and charged for the crimes that they were doing, and the children taken via CPS to go into proper housing and to proper families and parents that will actually, love and care for them. Like, there could have been such a fucking alternative, to that. That would have been so much less violence, and if anything, have no bloodshed at all. But our government decided to go in guns blazing and have everyone basically fucking killed. It's not the only time they've done this. They've done this to black neighborhoods where the police have openly collaborated and dropped fucking bombs on black neighborhoods. And I've also have fucking there's been straight up different massacres that the government has organized and shit, by essentially like making things look like a mistake or, crime based type of activities and shit that happen, or like some mysterious explosion and shit. Our government's openly done this to its own people. There's Agent Orange, where it comes to the people that have used that, during Vietnam War. There's also open testing on black communities when it comes to syphilis. When it comes to like testing, different like chemicals or like, diseases, within black communities and shit that our government's personally done. The suffragettes have no sympathy for zealots. Well, I don't either, but that's why, but especially if there's children involved, you really need to have a different approach about it. And frankly, sadly, these zealots understand that. And they want children, to be involved in this type of shit. Nostalgia. Well, like some Dune shit. I mean, I don't entirely disagree, but I mean, you still need to be smart and pragmatic about it. I mean, because, like I said, you can't do just some shit like Ruby Ridge or fucking Waco, because even people on the progressive left side of things, like me, realize how fucked it was, regardless of who was on the other side and the victim in that shit. Because, yeah, the folks at Ruby Ridge, they were literally working at fucking Nazis. Waco, literal religious far-right extremists. I don't got love for that shit. So, but, at the same time, like the children and the people who were victims and purposely forced into that type of position because of the fucking perpetrators of the shit that they were doing is why it's a fucked up problem. And our government just utterly had total disregard of the whole situation entirely. Instead of treating it as serious as it properly should have been. Because they were serious fucking problems, and they were serious situations, but how it was addressed was just fucking insane. I know Deep Fat Fried did a whole episode about this shit. He feels being trampled by the gov for his right wing takes. I don't know. What's he doing? What, is he just spewing his bullshit, or is he actually organizing, getting guns together, and fucking, like, trying to get neo-Nazis armed up illegally? Being some gun smuggler or some shit like that. And if so, I'd correlate and fucking have him arrested. There isn't, like, I'm not about, like, you know, like, finding, you know, some sort of, like, you know, sniper recon team to just, like, go out 500 yards out and find a little, like, grassy knoll to snipe them from. Going to the Paint Your Front website, which, at least, that sadly doesn't really say much, but it's likely that he probably has some sort of connections. But just because he has connections doesn't inherently mean, like, you know, fucking trample him. Oh, yeah. Depending on what he does. If it's just all talk, then fuck him. Plenty of people just talk. And don't do shit. But there's also a decent amount of people that don't just talk. And also at least try to do some shit. Even if they never really pull the trigger, so to speak. So, you know, it's just about being vigilant, really. Because also, when it comes to addressing the shit, you don't want to do it in a way that makes you look bad. Which is why, you know, I detest what happened with Ridge and Waco. It makes literally the government look abhorrently fucked up. I mean, it is. I don't like Gov, but, like, especially when it comes to addressing, like, you know, extreme situations like that. I mean, you know, like, a lot of Second Amendment weirdos, right? Like, homosexual types. They always, you know, well, not all, okay, I will say this. They don't always, but there is a strong sense of mentioning about Ruby Ridge mainly, specifically, but sometimes even Waco and some other shit will get involved when it comes to events in the past. Mainly because of the ATF's involvement with these things. And because they think, you know, what they did was an infringement on their rights, which it wasn't. They were literally illegal gun smuggling. They were doing criminal shit that they fucking bemoan about. So, which I don't even get, like, with these homosexual freaks. They're like, oh, what's the point of doing gun regulation if criminals are gonna get it anyway? So then we know who's criminally owning firearms and who isn't, dipshit. Like, I mean, that's kind of the point, moron. It's like, because if someone's caught with a weapon they're not legally supposed to own, they get extra punishment for that. And if someone, you know, like, fucking, like, you know, has a firearm that's legally theirs, you know, depending on what happened or what the scenario is, they probably won't get, you know, a severe punishment. Like, let's say self-defense and it's with their own firearm, they're probably not. But if it's an illegal gun they're not supposed to own, it doesn't matter if they're defending themselves or not, they're going to get fucking punished. So, it's just like, I mean, isn't, like, by their logic, shouldn't that be a good thing, you know, to a lot of these homosexual, like, hard Second Amendment types and shit? Where it's like, oh, well, what's the point? So we know who is, like, legally owning a firearm versus somebody who's smuggling guns and doing illegal activities with firearms and shit, where they're illegally owning them. Disagree with that? I mean, how so? I mean, I guess elaborate. For defensive actions. I mean, well, I was just using it as an example. I'm not even trying to say that as, like, a specific point. I was using more as an example. Though I would argue that the punishment should not be as severe. Like, if you're defending yourself and, like, let's say that you wrestled the firearm from the guy that was trying to shoot you with, and he had the illegal gun, but you ended up wrestling away from him and you shot him somehow from that. Or a round got discharged. Well, you wouldn't be punished for something like that, at least in my mind, because you wrestled it away and he was hit with it, but, you know, maybe, like, I don't know, like some community service or some shit, be like, yeah, don't shoot him even though you wrestled a gun away from him and blah, blah, blah. But, like, I mean, I could get that, but that's just technical bullshit at that point. I'm mainly talking about just, like, the broader sense of just, like, hey, you know, like, the whole point is we know who is legally owning them versus who isn't. And for those who aren't, well, they get extra punishment for not having a firearm that's legal and under their name. That's the point. It's not supposed to go after people that already have it in their fucking name. And let's say, you know, like, it was stolen from somebody, and that person had that name traced to their, the firearm traced to their name. Well, yeah, they honestly probably will get some form of punishment because they were callous and irresponsible enough to let their gun get stolen. So they likely should also face some repercussions from that. It at least adds a sense of responsibility and actual honesty when it comes to firearm ownership. And that's kind of the point. And wouldn't you think these Second Amendment, you know, like, fucking homosexual weirdos would be all for that? Considering they always bemoan about, like, these criminals with guns and shit all the fucking time. You'd fucking think. Oh, you need some more water? There you go. So this tries to kill me by a pole gun shit. That's why I broken him out. Well, yeah, again, I was just using that as an example. I wasn't trying to mean that as like a specific, like, actual, you know, like, main point or whatever, like I said. So nightmares about that. Well, yeah, it was traumatic. I mean, if anything, that just sounds like some PTSD. Which, yeah, knowing what you went through with that shit, I probably would too. Don't skip the link. I won't, I just had to get through my thing. But here, what's this? Where's the head? There. Lawmakers in Oregon approved $200 million for homelessness housing. The vast majority of funding, about $157 million, is aimed at boosting homelessness and eviction prevention services. Good. Fucking, that's actually good. Displaying a bipartisan will to tackle the state's most pressing crisis. Oh my god, there's an ad that takes up literally the whole fucking screen. Okay. Towards increasing shelter capacity, addressing youth homelessness, and funding rapid rehousing efforts and rental assistance programs. Well, let's actually hope they mean it when they say rapid at rehousing. And also, like, I feel like they need to do a little bit more than just shelter capacity, because shelters are pretty dangerous. Like, a lot of homeless people don't really like to go to them because they're not exactly safe. Shut up! Some members of the public have written testimony posting the high spending, but oh my god, just a fucking NIMBY. Like, I don't want to get taxed more for shit, ain't approved. Fuck off. But most nonprofits and housing groups express support, of course, saying it would help communities that are disproportionately impacted by homelessness and for housing shortage. Well, yeah. And it's going to head to Kotek's desk for her signature, which Tina Kotek is just going to, like, she's just going to sign that. Like, it would be really fucking odd and weird as fuck if she didn't. Yeah, what's up, Lo? Lol Z. Can you meme review the Vengeance meme I've sent to you? Just send it in here or something. Yeah. What do you want, pup? What is it? What? What the hell? Yeah, she definitely will. Yeah. Which I'll definitely be happy for. Is that gonna basically be like the first, like, kind of like big legislation Kotex would pass? I think she's done a few things already, but I think this will be like the one big thing so far in her governorcy that would be a legitimately major big positive. I don't know what else she's done, but, I mean, because I haven't really paid too much attention, but I know, you know, one of her big harps was about homelessness and shit, so if this ends up being one of the first things that she kind of, like, you know, gets done as, like, one of her big, you know, legislative deals, like, that's going to be some, like, that's going to be pretty big, honestly. They'll boost her support, they'll kind of guarantee that she will likely win for re-election, and it will be a very good, like, campaign point as well. And also, especially considering it's early on in her governorcy, there will be some results later down the line when she has to run for re-election. So she can directly point to the results that have happened over the last couple of years over that. So that's actually some fucking good shit. She might be a little bit more smarter than we thought, and hopefully she's a little bit more cunning. And I hope to love to see more of that. I mean, obviously, I don't think she had direct, you know, approach over to lawmakers about this one, but I mean, I'm sure she probably at least had some influence. Frank Zappa, yeah, a little bit. I don't listen to, like, Zappa all the time, but I definitely will, you know, tune into Zappa from time to time. Ugh. Damn. Turn this heater off. Shit. It got me lit. Zappa kicks ass. Paul's a pan to his sensical. Oh yeah. Earth doesn't need saving from anything, it'll be fine. I mean, the Earth itself, I mean, life as we know it in humanity probably won't, but, you know. There definitely is, at least, you know, gonna be a lot of shit about Earth, though. Yeah, they'll still be chugging along doing this thing. So, man, didn't need saving. Yeah. Not just, like, a little bit of saving, like, a lot of it. To a point where we need to have, like, some Viking vengeance quests, you know, done or something at this point. I feel like that's just what we need happening. We just need to, like, get a bunch of people to just, like, delve into, like, some Viking mushroom ritual trip and just have a Viking vengeance quest. I mean, we got a lot of young people and zoomies, you know, like, doing, like, you know, like, you know, different little, like, Wiccan stuff and shit. Like, you know, how there's, like, a lot of, like, kind of progressive pagan types and shit. We need to just get them to, you know, to just, like, you know, just do that shit. Get, like, a lot of those, like, you know, Wiccan or, like, paganistic, like, you know, young European, like, environmentalist types and shit. Have them have, like, a little retreat in, like, the Jutland. Or, yeah, the Danes, yeah, just have it in Denmark or something, like, in Jutland or some shit. Or, like, Norway, and just have, like, some crazy, like, mushroom trips. Just kind of like in Northmen or whatever the fuck, where they're all, like, around that fire and shit. Come back out of it just like, I now must go on a vengeance quest against these oil barons. I mean, what are the European cops gonna do, too? I mean, they're just gonna be like, get the power hose again. Actually, do we have anything else? I don't think the power hose is gonna work. Over here, that wouldn't work. They just get blap, blap, mag dumped. Like, over there in Europe, like, they could work, at least. They don't got, like, the American gumption of violence like we do. Like, you know, over here. Or at least nowhere near as much. It takes a lot more for them to get to that route. Unless you're in France, then, you know, like... But France is already kind of doing their thing. We don't have to worry about them that much. Yeah, so it's mostly just, like, kind of everywhere else in there that kind of really needs it. If that our species light will not spread to the stars, I feel like we're squander our potential. No, that's... I mean, like, there isn't really, like, an inherent, likely will not. I mean, dude, we already are kind of in space a little bit. We're just in our own space. We're just around Earth and shit. Like, we technically have, like, 3 things that are interstellar. A manhole and 2 fucking Voyager aircraft. Yeah, and also no one knows what the future holds. I mean, frankly, I think it's more safer to assume that it'll just be rich billionaire fucks having little space yachts and shit up there, trying to flee Earth, you know, but, like, or have, like, crazy bunkers in New Zealand or some shit, but, I mean, you know, even then, it's not totally for certain. They might not, those rich fucks may never even get that chance. Because of the previously stated Viking vengeance quests. So, I mean, you know, will fuck us in our lifetime. Speculation. I mean, to be fair, I will say it is. Like, climate change, yeah, will fuck us. I mean, that in itself, yes, I will agree with. But, like, I mean, when it comes to the human, like, ingenuity and, like, human's, like, will to just push forward, regardless of what the fuck is hitting it, like, I mean... I don't know, like, climate change definitely is something that's gonna fuck us. It might honestly, like, lead to a lot of elements about our civilization taking some steps back, honestly. But humanity in itself probably still gonna be around. It's definitely gonna change, you know, but I don't necessarily see it, you know, like, like, outright being destroyed or something. It's not, but they do, but don't underestimate the will of humanity. That's what I mean. Like, the will of humanity is just, like, something different. Best we get is maybe social democracy, but I fear we were getting faster to electric boogaloo. Here in America, but that's not really the exact same thing around the rest of the world. I mean, I guess admit that, like, yeah, there's other regions of the world where fascism is definitely spreading. Like, Europe's definitely getting elements about it regionally. Like, Germany literally just stopped, like, a coup, of this movement called the Reichsbürger movement. That was basically straight up, that was essentially, like, trying to reestablish a Reich. Like, it wasn't exactly, like, specifically a Third Reich, but it was basically a reestablishment of a German Reich that was either equivalent to one of the three Reichs. Basically, either the first, second, or the third. Like, it didn't really exactly matter which one, they just wanted to reestablish a Reich. And there was this dude who was literally unhinged, named Heinrich the 13th, who was not really remotely related to Heinrich, the royal family, or like some noble family and shit. He just kind of usurped the name because he happened to be, like, somewhat tangentially blood related by, like, some fifth cousin or some shit. And just, like, it was some, like, crazy shit. But Germany, like, literally cracked down on shit and arrested, like, 50 fuckers, in that shit, and were able to find a bunch of weapons that went missing and shit like that. Like, a bunch of military-grade weapons at military armories in Germany. Like, the Bundeswehr lost count of some guns and were able to find some of them. Not all of them were recovered, but they were able to recover some of them when they stopped the plot. So, that's just nice and reassuring that there's probably some German Nazis with a fucking bunch of military-grade weapons just hiding around somewhere in Germany. That's good to know. Also envy a mother who will likely climate change gets real bad. Dude, I mean, again, you don't exactly know what will happen with climate change, honestly. Yes, most of it's going to be bad, but frankly, there might be, like, as weird as it sounds, silver linings, or even potential, like, like, bounce backs on certain things. Just because the climate it changes, especially due to human intervention the way it has, I mean, I guess if you look at how, like, California just got hit with so much water, to the point that it actually was kind of bad, and where they were being flooded to shit. Like, I mean, it might not necessarily be seen as a trend, but there could be a possible trend to where we might be able to, like, rehydrate the West Coast a little bit, especially with California, considering their long-term droughts that they've had. And that would be significantly beneficial, even if they still have very hot summers. Like, I mean, so there's possible silver linings that, can happen with certain things. By putting forth the momentum of alternative entry industry training stronger or stronger. That PNW heat wave. Remember it? I lived in it. Dude, I was in that shit. It fucking sucked. Dude, back in 2020, there was, like, protests, those George Floyd protests, and the fucking, like, wildfires that were really close to me. It's just like, What will of humanity? We have widely known this to be a problem since the 1990s. Have done next to nothing. I mean, you're kind of wrong in the sense that we've known about the idea of greenhouse effects and climate change and human intervention in the environment since the 1900s. Like the 1890s and the 1900s and shit. We've known about this for well over 100 years. It's because of capitalistic for-profit moneyed interests that are invested in hiding that information and making sure that their profit matters more than the prosperity of the planet and humanity itself. Didn't know until 1990s by climate conference. Well, yeah. Doomerism else somebody. And this is coming from somebody who understands that the climate, yes, for the most part, is fucked, but that doesn't mean we can't at least do shit about it. It's pragmatism. Being, like, defeatist about it is not the same as being pragmatic, in my opinion. Like, you can take kind of, like, what the fuck can we do approach and soften the blow, recognizing that the climate is just fundamentally fucked. I mean, you can still recognize that, but also realizing that there can be some alternative, like, factors that can happen on top of, trying to address it in whatever means possible to soften that blow. Because, I mean, like I said, like, the will of humanity is something, and even if it's, like, basically kind of a quote-unquote too little too late, I mean, when it comes to really softening the blow, so to speak, I mean, we we still are here, you know? It's like, how many times has humanity nearly gotten fucked off the map? You know what I mean? Black Plague, fucking the Ice Age. I mean, there was at one point where humans were at like 200-something breeding pairs or some shit like that. Not many. Humanity wasn't really that big for a while. We've bounced up and down. Many, yeah, I mean, there's plenty of times where we've nearly been wiped off the fucking map on this earth. And frankly, that would have meant that potentially other hominid species would have usurped us. You know, honestly, dead ass. I mean, there would probably be different, like, humans, so to speak, you know, wandering around today if that was the case. Potentially. Maybe not to the same technological advancement like we, but, you know, nonetheless. I know how that plays. I played Fallout, and Fallout isn't the only example of what happens after shit like that. It is in popular culture, I guess, because it's a very big franchise. Constant escalation eventually leads to nuclear Armageddon, which is why I'm not for that. I'm about dismantling shit like that. So, I would hope at least we're all on the same page about that one. Because, yeah, like when you have regional governments having constant competition with each other, that tends to lead to more escalation and more strife and more conflict and more, you know, degradation of progress. Which is also why, at least especially when it comes to my futuristic philosophies, I'm more about, you know, an internationalistic, you know, slash globalistic, you know, type of, you know, governmental worldview, at least on some way. You know, to have, you know, to kind of melt some of that shit away, to melt this sense of need of competition and this need to fucking, like, you know, try to, like, have more resources so the bigger, badder military versus the other, or be the biggest power and shit. It's kind of hard to do that when everybody's the exact same fucking power, you know, where we're all kind of working together as the same power. You know, like, I mean, at that point, you can't really exactly compete that much, you know, when it comes to, like, outside of, like, hey, prioritization of resources at that point. But watching Vosh dismantle crystals, a Russian disinfo agent, I'm a little heated. Oh my god. Dude, I've been kind of... I didn't see that video, but I know what you're talking about. And I really hate breaking points, honestly. Ugh. It's not that I necessarily hate Crystal herself. It's more Sauger. Like, I fucking hate Sauger. He's such a crypto-fascist, condescending, prudish fuck. Fucking worm. Like, he dead-ass is like a goddamn worm, bro. I fucking hate that weasel. Little fucking slippery-ass little bitch. Ugh. I really just despise that son of a bitch. Like, ah. It's like, just... I feel like, you know, Crystal's kind of maybe gotten influenced by Kyle, so she's not as bad. But, God, I just despise Sauger. I really just generally did not like that fucker. Global United Earthquake. Well, that's what I was talking about from earlier. Wait, Utah has a new flag? It looks like the Michelin Man shit in a star? What the fuck? Yo, you gotta send that to me. I gotta see that. Most of this can be done if state and local levels big issue water rights, which is federal. We need a bill to change water allocation, but I was here first to a system of actual availability and need. Yeah. I mean, I'm not, like... I mean, the water rights should be seen as, like, you know, not just, like, federally, but individually and statewide. Like, shouldn't that just be kind of a... That just seems a little, like, odd to just have it on the rights of just the feds. Because evidently that ain't true, because so many private corporations just suck the fuck up out of a lot of water anyway and sell it back to us, so evidently it ain't. So it's just like, it basically sounds like the gov's just like, yeah, it's water rights for corporations that we sell the water off to. Yeah, and then they sell it back to you, and then you pay for it. It's like, oh wow, how efficient. The United World Government won't be feasible in our lifetimes. Well, I'm aware of that. Doesn't mean I'm not an advocate of it, though. I mean, I propose that, you know, we can at least, you know, try to set, you know, a path towards, you know, having a future like that. I think that most certainly is possible. And I think at least, you know, with younger people, you know, they kind of have a little bit more of a somewhat of a gumption, you know, kind of going towards that route. I mean, at least when I see like a lot of more politically lefty progressive minded people, they seem to be a little bit more about like, at least some form of internationalism or globalism. Maybe not to a full on outright world government type of thing, but at least kind of towards a path like that. So I think the more that gets pushed and influenced, I think, maybe, yeah, not in our lifetimes, but maybe in the next gen or a few gens after the fact. I mean, that can, I think, be something that could potentially be feasible to where, if not, entirely, but at least, a very broad international global type of government where, there can be at least some sense of cooperation with most of the planet that eventually the rest, can eventually kind of get involved into. People fight for the type of government future they want, self-governance and of intervention. Yeah. I agree to, I guess, a certain point. I mean, mainly just because, like, it depends on what type of government is being pushed. Like, I wouldn't necessarily be fond of, like, these far-right extremist governments kind of propping up, you know what I mean? I'd be a lot more adamant about trying to abolish that and dissolve that idea. That's just me. Center of certain events happen that I don't want this to evolve into. I don't care about that. I care about our domestic issues. Well, what if it is within our domestic, regions and shit? That's kind of thing. What if it is partially a local thing? Like, for example, Oregon is definitely known for having, different elements of right-wing extremists and neo-Nazi enclaves, in the state. And in Washington and just broadly the Pacific Northwest. If we were hypothetically our own nation, we would have to deal with, elements like this. It's not just something that just goes away just because, we're our own governing, nation at that point. So, then it's our problem. Saudi Arabia has a right-wing government. It isn't our problem. Well, federally, would you back up? What are you doing? Federally, it kind of is, because Saudi Arabia is actively fucking our government up and our economy when it comes to, like, fucking with the oil prices and shit, because they have a total monopoly on it. It's kind of the thing about, different elements about, global factors like this, is that, like, unfortunately, a lot of different nations, like Saudi Arabia, do kind of end up being our problem because they fuck with our economy or, can end up having an impact on different economic or geopolitical factors and shit. And that's generally an outright fucking problem. Moving to oil to begin with. I agree. I ain't disagreeing with that. But due to those type of factors, that ends up playing a major role in other elements of our economy, which hyperinflates, this whole inflation thing, quote unquote, because it's just this artificial scarcity that these corporations and governments use as an excuse to make more fucking money. And exploit people like us. So it's all a game. I ain't disagreeing with that type of shit. I'm just pointing out the reality of what it is, because that's what is going on. Well, whether you think it's good, bad, right, or wrong, that's, kind of besides the point. But harm to the U.S. and the world. Yeah, again, I agree with that. As far as that would go. Well, I definitely would support fucking, tariffing them and shit like that, too, and doing embargoes. And also cutting off entire fucking, military ties as well. And also give us our military equipment back. They have a lot of our shit. They got M1 Abrams tanks, they got F-15s, they got a lot of our shit. Hey, Saudi Arabia, give it back. It's ours now. What, you think we're cutting off ties and you get to keep our toys? What, you think you're the tallies? Oh, hell no. Nah. We ain't making that same mistake twice. Give it back. You can have your stupid rusty AKs and shit like that. We get the nice fucking ARs. We get the M16s and the M1 Abrams. Give it back. Like, we ain't gonna fucking do what we did with the tallies. Like, fuck that. We're getting our toys back. They're using our military equipment to literally genocide the Yemeni people. Like, it already is disastrous right now. Like, us taking our shit back means they have less firepower to genocide Yemeni people. Like, if, we're collaborating with that genocide. So, if anything, we would actually kind of somewhat help with that. At least a little bit, maybe indirectly. Because then Saudi Arabia would have to essentially start focusing on, like, oh shit, or thanks, no, that's Adam. And then they would have to, like, kind of reprioritize, and Yemeni people aren't fucked so much. I just have, like, a very, I just personally got a little bit of a bias against the Saudi government. I really got no fucking love for them. And frankly, honestly, like, no one would back them up. Like, if their only ally, the U.S., starts, fucking with them a little bit and starts having a totally different opinion, you really think Europe's going to be like, oh, yes, Saudi Arabia, let's help you. They don't even really got that close ties with Europe and shit. Maybe the UK, maybe? Give them to Canada, they don't invade countries like we do. Give it to nobody. Like, so I'm okay with punishing, the Saudi government, honestly. Because frankly, I mean, if, like, all in all, if there's, like, anything to help incentivize, the fucking people to, rise up against their shit, oh my god, let's at least let them have something. More efficient for governance. Well, when it comes to more, like, smaller troops, yeah, I mean, I don't necessarily, at least for me, don't dispute that. When it comes to, at least, like, I guess where I differ from Venom is that, like, when it comes to, like, internationalism or globalism, like, I, see kind of, like, a level of, like, governmental hierarchy in this sense. Like, obviously, there's local autonomous regions geographically. Like, you would have, like, the Cascadia, for example, as, like, a region, and then you would have, like, the First Nation Midwest Central reaches of America, and, so on and so forth, right? You would have, like, these different autonomous regions, and even then, they got, like, their own little districts or something, where there's, councils such, right? Like, and then from there would be, like, the continental, like, governance, which goes into a more of a global governance sense. There's, like, levels, kind of like how there would be, I guess, like, kind of in a, like, kind of like ours a little bit, where there's, like, got the Congress, but instead of a Senate that's also, like, directly elected on, in a sense, outside of just two people and shit. It's a little bit more complicated than just to do a quick synopsis on, honestly. But, I mean, it's kind of the broader idea of just, like, having, different autonomous, localized, governments, but as it goes, up the chain, it's more globalized, basically. More globally or continentally regional, and up to, the top, like, council of, the global governance. So there would still be, like, localized, autonomous governance and shit, but also with that, comes with, a sense of representation on regional / international or global levels too. I think it's just yeah. I mean, that's kind of what I, was kind of referred to in a way. Unified trade and travel framework, yeah. And if anything, the global governance will be more or less, kind of hands-offish to at least certain elements about, like, regional factors. It's just more there to kind of enforce free travel, free trade, and it's, like, legitimate, like, free trade in the sense of, like, hey, we need, like, certain materials to build this product that we're making, and they need, this product that we're already, have a surplus of, so let's give them that, some of our surplus of our production, that just actual, like, fucking resource-based type of trading and shit. And, and also just free travel. Like, if you want to fucking, like, travel to Japan for whatever fucking reason, whether for just want to visit or whatever the fuck, or you want to travel to somewhere in, like, Europe or wherever the fuck, you just right then and there, you could do it. If you want to go live there for a few months or something, just on whim, you could do that shit. Like free travel and of that type of shit. So it's just like, I mean, at least when it comes to more globalized governments, it would be more of a sense of enforcing and having, like, a push of a governance based around that. And again, then, like, as you get more, like, continentally or regional, that's where a lot of the more, specific type of governance, will be taken into place. Again, it's a little bit more complicated than to just give quick synopsises of. I think we would have to literally do, like, I would have to, like, make a little, like, outline point by point thing about what I'm going to be talking about and shit to really kind of, like, emphasize what I'm talking about. And would you shut the fuck up, man? Really, dog? Come on. Don't be a butt. Shut the fuck up! Hey! 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 Get back here! Hey! Hey! 1,000 different things. Well, that's kind of what I'm trying doing. That's why I'm trying to emphasize that I'm just giving a quick synopsis about what I'm, mentioning. Obviously, it's not the most, like, cohesive way of explaining it, but, it's about as quick and, run down as I can get it, I guess, right now. The TLDRs are rather every 9 Earths in some national states answer to kind of like the US. But I still feel like even then, that's a little too, like, quote, dumbed it down. But again, it's, especially when you're in the live chat like you are, it's even harder. I have the free ability to just yammer about it. But nonetheless, I mean, I do think it is, like, an idea that can be feasible. I just definitely, at least what Ripsody, was saying, it's, like, definitely agree that it's not necessarily something that is feasible within our generation. I think in the next couple generations, possibly. I think that at least there can be a framework to at least establish something like that in the next few generations, so, like, the next, I don't know, 100 plus years, basically. But, and in this one, probably not. I mean, it would basically take very exceptional circumstances for that to be the case, honestly. Which, I mean, it's possible. I mean, exceptional things have happened in human history before, so. Born on different planets, but that argument probably won't happen in our lifetime. And honestly, in a way, it's kind of partially pointless, to have the discussion, at least for now. And honestly, they definitely, I would argue, either way, just to put it out there, that they definitely, should have self-determination. Like, if they feel more loyal to their planet than Earth, that's okay. Well, they probably will anyways there, right? Predominantly, think more of that as home, Like, I guess, like, I don't, like, literally, but I kind of have a little bit more of a, quote, loyalty or bias towards living in the Pacific Northwest. I call, Cascadia and this, region of the U.S. and the continent my home. So, it's like, I mean, like, at least I can get it. That doesn't necessarily mean that I have, like, some disregard, obviously, to everything else. Like, I definitely don't. Obviously, like, I have such a strong affinity and fascination about other parts of the world and, other, how different, biomes look like and all, and how different cultures are. Like, I mean, I have a very big affinity about, exploring shit like that. So all in all, it's just like, I mean, I might have, like, a bias or whatever about being in the PMW, but at the end of the day, like, I appreciate, what this planet entirely has to offer, because a part of that is where I live, so in a way, like, there's a part of me that kind of has to also appreciate everywhere else in the planet for what it is, too, just because, like, they, people were born and raised in those places are able to make, really, a different experience out of that. And fundamentally have a different experience because of that. Which to me is just cool. That's why I advocate. It's legit answers to the resource issue, explore, expand what we can, or we're fucked. There's only so many types of resources available off planet. Yeah, that's the thing. Like, we might be able to get raw materials from, like, the asteroids and things like that. And yeah, and also we have to bring that shit back. Like, either the asteroids themselves or, like... Oh, yeah, that's right. Oh, thanks, man. But also we would have to, like, theoretically there's unlimited resources. Uh, well, technically there is. Theoretically there is unlimited resources, but technically there is because we literally can't get to all of those resources. Like, honestly, I mean, technically, like, don't underestimate the will of humanity. Bro, dude, it's gonna take a lot longer of a time to fucking get out of our solar system and go interstellar. I mean, leaving destruction in our path. I mean, that's kind of thing. Like, I'd rather make sure that we have, like, a home to, well, call home, as like a home base, to like go with, exploring the stars. Because if we're exploring the stars just on the virtue of hope we can find another planet to live on, just to continue the same shit different day, like eventually that, the planet that we eventually live and habitate will suffer the same results given enough time. And fuck that. And like, I mean, I'd rather have at least, planets, including our own, to just stay our home. You know what I mean? To address climate crisis. I mean, yeah. And frankly, like, honestly, like, I'll actually, maybe play both sides of this one here a little bit. Because, I do think we could use some investments into space to actually help with the climate crisis. And hear me out, Rip City. A solar panel that is in space, okay? Like, we got a fucking goddamn nuclear ball that is, like, good enough for this goddamn planet for life, and yet we're just, like, solar panels, but on Earth. It's like, why not just put a big fucker up there? Like, I mean, like, honestly, though. Like, I mean, seriously, why not we just, like, mathematically calculate how big we need this fucking thing, to be up there, tidally lock it directly to just facing that fucking sun, and, and just boop, there you go. Unlimited sun energy that, we could just have, like, brought back to us. Boom. Like, we basically would not have a need to have, like, any other real, like, source of energy, being done here at home where we got, like, a big sunbeam, just blah, just being absorbed for us. I mean, it's just like, and because we're already doing some elements of this right now. There's research into having, like, little solar panels in space. So it's like, if we're doing this now, why not just make a big fucker? Instead of like a bunch of little ones, just make a big bastard of the thing. I mean, it'd be a pretty big investment, but honestly though, if you think about it, like, I mean, if you have, like, a solar panel that's at least big enough and maybe just a little bit more and then some type of thing, to do that, like, like, I mean, it probably wouldn't necessarily need to be that big, especially if it's, like, tidally locked facing the sun literally all times, 24/7, endlessly. I mean, because if that's the case, then, I mean, like, we really wouldn't need to have any other, like, energy sources and shit. It would fuel all of our needs, and again, then some. Seems like a win-win in my mind. Because then there basically would be pretty much, like, no reason necessarily to be investing in fucking fossil fuel bullshit. Well, there isn't now. And it's like we wouldn't really have much need to, like, hyper-invest in, like, all these other, things that still, end up being somewhat environmentally disastrous to some extent or another, outside of, like, some of the renewable energies that we're using now. I'm not buying the birds die with windmills. It's like, yeah, there's problems with windmills every now and then, but the consequences long-term are fucking just, like, they're circumstantial at best. Solar panels, like, like solar panel fields and shit, like, maybe because, like, sometimes when birds are flying near them, they literally will just, like combust and cook in the air because they get, like, a sun ray that gets reflected back at them and shit. But, I mean, again, it's, like, a little circumstantial and shit. I mean, and also I feel like there can be some elements to help curb that, but I mean, again, I've never heard of, like, actual substantial evidence of, like, different populations of animals being heavily impacted because of shit like that, so. I mean, I don't think that means we don't have to invest, like with geothermal and shit like that and other renewable energy sources, but it will essentially basically, help fundamentally reduce the need to you know, find resources or find land, you know, well, I mean, we would have to find resources to have a solar panel in space, but, and bring that, you know, that energy back. But I do think that can be, honestly, more feasible, though. Especially if we're able to have, like, a little, like, you know, jump point from, like, the moon or something. You know, like, because I know that's something that's being heavily researched into as well when it comes to establishing, like, you know, potential, like, kind of jump point, you know, from the moon when it comes to getting back into space investment stuff, which could potentially be a little bit beneficial, too, because there's a lot of water and a lot of different resources on the moon. Base Station Luna. Yeah, like, I mean, I know there's, like, and they, you know, and I know a part of it is to potentially start, you know, seeing if we could do some space mining and bring it back. And a part of that is to see how efficient we could do that. And obviously, as we're first starting it, it's probably not going to be great, but we can at least start learning and start being like, okay, here's what can we do now? You know, so I would be in favor of that, especially if we can use the resources on the moon to come back, you know, to our own planet to be beneficial for us when combating, you know, things like climate change or resource problems. And I think there is potential for that. But, I mean, you can't really do that with space capitalism, though, because people like Musk and shit want to use that to just go to Mars for their weird little ooh-woo adventures. We'll be there eventually. China's determined to get there. Yeah, and honestly, like, the space race with the Soviet Union brought a lot of benefits, you know, to, like, technology and shit. Like, we could do, I mean, the thing is, we can do that again. Like, a lot, especially when it comes to, like, computer processing and all sorts of other shit. And, like, I mean, and also, like, different materials, like, especially when it comes to, like, scuba equipment, even when it comes to, like, deep sea diving and exploration and all this type of shit. I mean, it's just, like, all in all, like, it provided major benefits to various different little things that we legitimately do kind of take for granted. So it's like, I mean, we can do that again if we had the fucking balls of gumption to actually give a shit. But we don't, because we let billionaires decide to invest in it instead. The reason why China's doing it, because their government's investing in it specifically. We need to, like, actually have proper governmental, like, investment into this shit again. China's the most viable because they have such a crappy political environment. Well, and also, like, they have their own domestic problems going on right now, too. Like, I mean, for all intents and purposes, China should be focusing on their own shit, but they're not. So, I mean, and frankly, I mean, if that's the case, then pretty much every fucking country needs to just quit focusing everywhere else to focus on domestic issues, but that's besides the point. Like, obviously, the U.S. definitely needs to, but... And I obviously know that, you know, because I saw Ripsy was saying earlier, it's like, he doesn't, you know, necessarily mean just, like, don't invest in this period. You know, he just, you know, like, there's an element that a lot of that needs to be reinvested into the U.S. and shit, which I don't disagree. But the thing is, like, a lot of our, like, investments into space are not that much in comparison to the military expenditure. Like, we can keep our investments into space relatively the same. It's the military spending that we need to cut. You just gave, like, another $350 fucking million to Ukraine again, you know? It's just like, what the fuck? I mean, it's like, can we stop, please? It's like, can we just let, like, Europe seems more than happy to keep that going. Can we please just quit with this, you know what I mean? It's like, holy shit. Like, I mean, Europe's sending them tanks and all sorts of other shit, you know? It's like, I mean, like, I think they're okay, you know, at this point. Well, let's give them, like, some food and, you know, some medical stuff and shit, right? I mean, I'm not against that, but, like, stop with the fucking military shit. Like, goddamn. Do you not realize the universal health care can mean more investments in medical science like vaccines? Absolutely. Which we need more of. And less fucking weird conspiracy nonsense about it. Fucking cook, bro. Ow. Fucking asshole. Ow. One, investors are domestic issues, quote, anti-technology. Venom's joking. He's not being that serious. He's just kind of memeing a little bit. He said it earlier. When we need the companion bill to pass. The companion bill? I will say there were kind of a couple nitpicks about it, you know, that I did, you know, notice, you know, but all in all, like, it's still good. And if the companion bill passes, then Kotek will certainly pass it. I just thought that was a good sign. Well, it is. I definitely think it is. Ted Wheeler and his cronies are already bitching about, like, Measure 110, saying how it apparently doesn't work because it's not being rolled out fast enough and shit. And how we need to, like, you know, go back against it. It's just like, oh my god, these fucking liberal nibby shitbags are just doing literally anything and everything under the sun to just, like, stop any progress in a state and the fucking city that it just actually... Man, I love Oregon and I love Portland, but motherfuck, man, dude, do I hate the fucking, like, how some of these, like, politicians run the state, dude. Holy motherfuck. I hate it. I think, you know, it's a true Oregonian passion to just hate the politicians here, I think, at some level. Especially Portland politicians, because most of them outside of, like, Joe and Hardesty suck. And Joe and Hardesty ain't in Portland government anymore, at least for right now. So, boo. The only one who actually did shit, everyone scapegoated everything and all the problems on her, even though most of it wasn't even on her in the first place, and voted her out for some right-wing thug-back shithead. Woo! Gotta love this state. Gotta love this city. I know. That's why I said, you know, for now, when it came to Hardesty being gone. Like, again, like, their whole, like, thing, you know, about, like, you know, them being there for long is, they won't be there forever. They're gonna lose a pretty decent amount of their power, guaranteed, in 24. Maybe not a whole lot, but they'll lose a pretty decent amount. There are rumors of Wheeler gonna run for mayor. Oh my god! Oh no! God, get him the fuck out, please! I hate him! If there's one thing count on Americans doing is hating their politicians. True, I just wish we actually fucking did shit about it. I've done shit about it. What about the rest of us? What the fuck? Back in the day, we not only hated our politicians, but we fucking did something about it. Where'd that go? I mean, honestly, though, like, if there's, like, politicians we didn't like back in the day, like, you know, like, during, like, the 20s or some shit, right? Like, especially when, like, the labor movement was at its peak. If there's, like, politicians people did not like, they would, like, go out of their way to, like, rabble-rouse, like, a protest or a strike, and they would literally be name-calling these people right out. Be like, this politician, Senator McCluskey, or whatever the fuck, is literally, you know, stuff-suited pond scummy little piglet for this oil Bannerman Rockefeller, you know, whatever the fuck. They would just go all out and not give a fuck, dude. Like, where's that fucking piss and vinegar? We need that shit back. Like, Sean O'Brien, like, rabble-rousing that fucker on the whatever his senator's name was, like a week ago. That shit was just, that was just, like, some shit I love. Oh, God, it was just beautiful. Like, that's the shit I want to see. And just more of that, and just consistently, just inject it into the veins. It's, we just need more, like, piss and vinegar again, damn it. God, if there's one thing I guess we've gotten too soft with, is the fact that we just, like, are too used to accepting the status quo. Like, we're like, if there's one thing, you know, just, I think people in general are a little soft with, is just that. It's not being, like, too woke, or this or that, or whatever the fuck. It's just letting the status quo just being, like, just fisting you galore. That doesn't necessarily mean everybody. I mean, some people have already kind of put in their 2 cents, have already done their fight and gumption. But, you know, like, for us young bucks, though, I mean, come on now. Come on now. Really posted it. Wait, what? It's a bullshit Elon colony that exploits and destroys another planet and respond with shocked Pikachu face to the expected problems. Yeah, I don't want that. Are you all still about space? Oh my god, you're all still talking about that right now. What's funny is I've been letting Abandoned Hope play in the background. I don't even know what TJ's been talking about. TJ's literally... He was playing Agario earlier. Let's talk about it right now. I guess someone in his chat said that IQ tests are racist, and TJ's kind of agreeing, but more broadly saying that you can't really measure human intelligence with a paper test or like an IQ test and shit, which I honestly tend to agree. And there, damn. Dude, TJ's been on fire on his stream, bro. I wish it was a public one, but God, it's a patrons only thing. But that's why it's right here. But he's just kind of saying that, like, when it, like, for example, like when it comes to like people on the basketball court, they're intelligent in the sense that, like, when it comes to like, you know, the athleticism, the coordination, and like the moves and different things that they have to do, like, you know, the rules, the whole shebang. Like, there's a lot of intelligence that goes into that. You know, just as much as, you know, like, you know, someone who's an astrophysicist, you know, while different intelligence, you know, has intelligence in that field. You know, he's saying that, like, human intelligence is just way more complex than what it is. Like, obviously, maybe a basketball player might not necessarily be intelligent in, like, certain elements about sciences and shit, at least, you know, nuancedly. You know, maybe, like, bro science elements, but, like, you know, but not necessarily, like, how Neil deGrasse Tyson's know, like, astrophysics, you know what I mean? But a basketball player knows the court, like, you know, Neil knows astrophysics, right? Like, you know, in the sense of, like, how intelligent they are in their fields. A different intelligence, but nonetheless, you know, pretty confidently guess that it would be wait, what? Elon could try some dumb shit to get yeeted, then boom, socialist colony. I mean, it could be authoritarian capitalist colony, you know, because some weird, like, crypto bro, you know, takes it over. I mean, you never know. I mean, but to be fair, you know, maybe there can be, like, some, you know, stowaways that are socialist partisans and fucking, like, you know, fucking usurp power. You never know. Only those who are loyal to the cause are sent. Well, yeah. But that's why I say stowaways. Eventually we're gonna get hit with a giant asteroid. Like the fucking, like the dinos, dude. It's just a matter of time. Well, you know, I will say this, at least when it comes to that, we have science and we have ability to potentially save us from that. I mean, it's not gonna be like goddamn fucking, what's his name? Like, it ain't gonna be Bruce Willis, it ain't gonna be, Steve Buscemi, it ain't gonna be those guys, you know, saving the day. Though I wish it would be Steve Buscemi and, well, Bruce Willis not anymore. I mean, I don't want to impact his health further. He's already, you know, kind of losing it. Steve Buscemi, lol. Dude, I mean, you wouldn't deny if, like, if Steve Buscemi was out there saving the fucking world and destroyed a fucking asteroid. I mean, goddamn. Dude, I was actually watching clips of Boardwalk Empire. Dude, I didn't realize Buscemi fucking could do some serious, like, drama acting, bro. I mean, honestly, like, he is legitimately, like, he's always seen as kind of a goof, you know, in a lot of ways, but, dude, he actually could do some real, like, serious, like, you know, like some kind of grim, you know, acting and shit, and be like the serious kind of like dark character. Like, I'm just like, holy shit. I'm like, Buscemi, like, I didn't know you had it in you. Holy shit. I bet Rib's also against stirring up space defenses for asteroids. Setting up space defenses for asteroids. I mean, I don't know. Like, if we were able to denuclearize our planet by basically sending them all up into space to be retrofitted to be on, like, satellites that will, like, yeet a fucking asteroid. I mean, we denuclearized our planet. They're now all up in orbit defending us, you know, from asteroids. So, I mean, can you really be against that? Plus, you know, we'll get a cool looking light show. You know, so, I don't know. I mean, so, like, I can't really disagree with that. I mean, we are, because, you know, nukes aren't on our planet anymore. You know, we have denuclearized, you know, and they're just all up in space now. I mean, you know, and they'll just be activated when, you know, there's, you know, when, like, the keys are turned, like how they normally would, I guess, and be like, all right, you know, we're, you know, established coordinates for this asteroid, and, you know, for where it's gonna mark, and we'll launch it so it meets directly with this asteroid with, like, 10 different, like, bombs, you know, coordinated into a specific way to where it shatters it, you know, and makes it, you know, reflect its, you know, trajectory off the planet, you know, and thus gives us a cool light show, and whatever the tiny little rocks that fall to the planet just burn up into the atmosphere. Boom! I mean, there you go. Just deflect it. Well, that's kind of what I mean. But the thing, well, I mean, you can't really outright destroy an asteroid. I mean, depending on how big it is. But if it's, like, you know, big enough to where if you launch enough of it to deflect it, and from there, you know, a lot of, you know, like, shattered asteroid bits are just gonna, you know, kind of fly away, like, you know, little meteorite particles and stuff and shit. They'll just burn up in the atmosphere. So, from that, you know, we'll get kind of a cool light show and some cool meteorite showers and shit, you know what I mean? So... But either way, it's kind of besides the point. I feel like these devolve every now. Well, blame Venom, dude. Like, I'm not the one who like started this conversation. I never try to get into these conversations at least like this. I was okay with like the globalist talk, but it does get into space like all the fucking time. and I know for an absolute fact I am not the one who devolves into space. At least it didn't get outright to aliens, but I mean, holy shit. oh my god, it's you brat. I mean, we love you, Venom, but good lord, everything always goes into space. I know you're getting into Solaris again. I am too, a little bit, but I mean, oh my god. Stop showing up, you want. Oh no, oh my god, you brat. You bratty boy. That's not it. Oh my lord. It's just more of like your, you know, strong, major, passionate interest into space and aliens and stuff like that, where it gets where it gets tense sometimes. It gets tense sometimes. I will admit, sometimes, like, I was, like, going off about one thing, and I come back, I'm like, oh my god, still about space? I'm just like, and I was like, well, okay, I guess that's the topic right now. So, then I just I decided to keep going on because y'all were still going on about it. I was trying to move things along there for a second. What? Need to have these discussions eventually, and we're not necessarily the ones to be having them. I think we need to worry about, like, the globalist conversation more than this. So, I mean, because at least that is at least a couple generations ahead, potentially. You know, like, going up into space and intergalactically, you know, exploring shit, that's, like, way, way farther ahead. That's gonna take way longer. Like, it's, like, I mean, a dead ass, honestly. I mean, I'm just gonna be real with that one. That's gonna take, like, 10 plus generations, if that. And that's just a conservative estimate, frankly. Because fundamentally, we need to get past the whole faster than light problem, which we have never gotten past at all. We've gotten, like, just below the speed of light, but we never passed it. I mean, like, if we can get past that problem, then potentially we could, but, you know, until then, like, like, there's not much of it, you know, like, you know, there's not much, you know, to, like, look forward to with that yet. Because, you know, traveling to all these different places in space, just even locally in our area, just in our own solar system, let alone, like, the more closer stars. I mean, you know how far light years are, right? Like, it's about 3 light seconds of where the light from the moon reaches us. And the sun is about 8 light minutes away from us. So the light that we see from the sun is 8 light minutes away. We don't see the light from the sun until it's 8 minutes out. And the closest star to us, it's about like, I think it's like 5.6 or something like that light years away. Alpha Centauri. And that's a long fucking time. Like, I mean, just trying to get something there now would take years. It would take probably at least like twice as long to get there and then twice as long to get back. I mean, essentially, it would take about like 30 years just to send a fucking probe, you know, and to get information about that, you know, from what we've seen there, you know, essentially. It would take a long fucking time. It would take literally like a generation's worth of time to go see something. I mean, it's like, you know, it's, there's not much of a strong essential ability to, like, you know, have these major discussions if we can't even get past the whole, like, how can we get there quick enough, you know, problem. Like, if we could get there, like, within, like, you know, minutes or hours time, then that's one thing, but, like, this, you know, that's a whole different ballgame of science that we haven't explored yet. By a local cluster like Earth to Mars. Well, and even then, we still need to figure out, you know, quicker and more efficient means of traveling. I mean, and that's gonna, and even then it will take some time. I mean, less time, I'd argue, but I mean, still. And frankly, we need to kind of, you know, and this is where I'm more in agreement with Stefan on, is like, we need to really do focus about how we, you know, and not just invest domestically, but also in space when it comes to that. And having a for-profit capitalistic bent, you know, systemically around all this type of shit is, it's not going to exactly do us any favors, including in space investment. Like, I mean, that entire system needs to change, you know, like, especially if you really want to have, like, a benefit of space investment, you know, given for everybody. Because I think at the end of the day, nobody, like, disagrees with the idea of going out to space and exploring the stars. I don't think anyone is against that idea. It's just that, you know, there needs to, like, you know, be a proper direction about how to go with that, and we're not at that direction right now. We're, like, kind of like, direction's that way, we're going this way. It's like we're taking a whole different weird turn, you know. We've gone, like, you know, taking, like, some weird dumbass route that's technically closed off, and we just, like, broke through the gate. Like, I don't know what we're doing, you know what I mean? It's like we need to go for the actual route. Like, I mean, you know, say what you want, but, like, you know, there are other countries that are taking that, you know, more proper investment towards that route. I mean, maybe not to the exact route, maybe they're taking a little bit more of a scenic route. But, you know, they're still kind of going to that proper type of route. And, you know, in the US especially, we're just not there. We broke through some gate where we're going through, like, some closed off road that's actually dangerous and not good. Be limited to exploration for a long time. It's currently very time and cost intensive to even launch probes. Yeah. Well, of course. I mean, of course, you know, for now. But the thing is, until we find a more efficient mean of, you know, being able to have things in space, and even long term, you know, to be able to have a more efficient way of doing that, it's still going to take a while. Though that's why I'm at least a little bit more in favor of, you know, investing in a lunar type of colony type of thing. And the investment in, you know, potentially doing some early, you know, forms of space mining there and shit like that. Because it would actually, in a way, help with, you know, the cost of sending things into space. Because if you're able to at least have enough of, you know, resources, you know, like available to be, you know, sent to a colony like that, to where it can at least do some minor form of like maintenance, or like setting up like a launch point for a lot of different like probes and things like that, you know, that could be put there as well. I mean, there's a lot of different like more cost-effective ways that can, you know, potentially happen for something like that. I don't know all the specifics about how that could work, but, you know, there's at least, you know, some benefit for that. You need to bring the cost of generating energy way down. Yeah. And with that, including, you know, how much we emit from that. Because countries like Iceland got the fucking right idea. Like, over 90% of their fucking energy is literally renewable geothermal. Though, frankly, they got an excuse. They literally live on, like, on the edge of my Titanic plates. Like, they're just like, I've been, like, literally right in between those plates. It's pretty fucking cool. And you could see it, too. Like, the American side on Iceland is actually like this, and there's kind of, like, you know, these crevices and all this other crazy shit. Here, let me show a picture, actually. Shit's really cool. There, just gotta go on my, Okay, where is it? Here we go. Where are ya? Here we go. Yeah, so here we are. So here's the American side right here. This is like the American tectonic plates right here, where it has these cool waterfalls. There's me, and there's the Icelandic side right here, or the European tectonic plate. Here's a gigantic panorama. It's fucking legit. And like I said, you can kind of see these look like, you know, there's like a little river right here, but there's like different crevices and shit like that. Kind of sitting in one of them right here. Some more of the crevices and shit. Shit's legit. Fucking dope. Oh, what's funny? This used to be the Icelandic House of Congress back in the day. When they had their independence initially. You can kind of see the Icelandic flag just kind of flying off there in the distance. But this isn't that anymore. It's in Reykjavik now. But for historical reasons, they kept it there. It's pretty cool. Basically, kind of like their parliament, essentially. And yeah, surprisingly, Iceland does indeed have trees. Oh, here, you know what? Here, let's keep going through them. Look at this. Look at this shit, though. I mean, it's fucking legit. That's why I have such an affinity and appreciation for like different biomes around the world. I mean, because frankly, I've seen similar stuff in the PNW, but I think that's why, at least for me, I had an affinity of being around here because it just looks fucking dope. Look at that. Look at this shit. Look at that. We were having some sandwiches, and we just kind of pulled up on this shit. We're just kind of all chilling. Now just kind of walking up on this bitch, just like, fuck it. Fat panorama. Dude, like, just flatness in the fog, dude. It's so cool. That's what I love about it. Like, you know, you got, like, this dense fog. Can't really see much out there, but you just got, like, this big, like, tectonic cliffside and just all this, like, fogginess, you know, that just kind of hides everything. It's just that. It's just fucking legit. I believe it's inevitable that we'll need nuclear reactors for power. I just remembered not too long ago, I think I heard that Rolls-Royce is actually developing like a small nuclear reactor to do something like that. I think. What the fuck? Jesus Christ. I think these fucking died. I believe it's inevitable that... Oh, I read that, but... Yeah. But like I said, I think Rolls-Royce is developing something like that. I remember hearing something about that. For space probes. Yeah, I mean, we already do that, but I think Rolls-Royce is developing something for, like, some long-term, like, you know... like, I think for that whole, like, lunar colony project. I think they got a contract to develop, like, some, like, little nuclear reactor that they can develop, you know, that can be used for, you know, having, like, you know, something established there. If I remember correctly. So they're kind of building something that's a little bit different. It's not meant to just be on a probe. So thus, they would need to at least have some shielding and some other shit that, you know, could be where humans can at least be near it and not have to worry about shit. Which would be a good idea. So. I mean, I wouldn't care if Earth ended up being a tomb world, bro. I mean, I still have an affinity for this planet. Like, you can't really just make me accept that. I mean, honestly. The radioisotope generation is currently in existence. Yeah. Which would be pretty dope. Here, hold on. Doing this real quick. Is this humanity, not Earth? Well, you kind of need Earth to have a fucking humanity. I know you did say that if we had a self-sustained colony, but, like, that also implies that it can, like, prosper and expand. And if it can't, then... boo. And even then, I want a home planet. It's called Earth, bitch. Welcome to Earth. You know, some Will Smith shit. Welcome to Earth. Not Earth. Earth. Welcome to Earth, bitch. The term Terran. Oh, does it matter, dude? Oh my god, Terrans, Earthlings. Who gives a shit? Like the Latin, personally. Meh. I'm literally one to not care. But that's just me. Wait, what the fuck? Oh, what is this? What? Hold on. The violent history of Waco, the infamous site of Trump's next rally? What the fuck? Hey, Venom, I found out why you might have saw a documentary about Waco, because apparently Trump is holding a fucking rally in Waco, Texas. On Saturday. They chose the city because of its central location in Texas' role in the primary, but Waco has an infamous violent history. Well, yeah, Waco. We were talking about that at the very beginning of the stream. Oh my god. Holy shit, dude. Trump is doing that purposely. Oh my fucking god. Trump knows what he's doing with that. What the fuck, dude? Yo! Yo! What the fuck? I didn't even know that. Yo! I watched it on Netflix. Well, who decided to bring it up? Who was the one who said we're watching this documentary? Was it you, your mom, or was your stepdad? Like, who was it, Venom? Because that will say everything. Stepdad? That's why! That's why he made you watch a documentary, because he's doing that rally. Fucking nailed it. Oh my god. Yo! Yo! What the fuck? That is some really spooky shit, dude. What the fuck? That is legitimately spooky. What the hell, bro? He's trying to rile his shit so much. Oh my god. He's trying so bad to do like some coup shit, bro. Oh my god. Like, I mean, I knew he wasn't going to be arrested on Tuesday. Supposedly, that's going to happen next week, apparently. Which I guess is why he's holding this rally before that may happen, I guess. Which is a way to just kind of help rabble-rouse and stir shit. Oh my god. Yo, dude, this Machiavellian fucking freak, dude. Holy shit. I mean, say what you want. I mean, he's a nerd and a fucking... Well, not a nerd. He's a fucking, like, retarded nerd and a fucking cheatified fuck. Ain't a moron, but... if there is one thing, he's Machiavellian. And, you know, if there is one thing, he probably knows of shit like this and is aware of the symbology around it. Especially when it comes to the strongman tropes that he pushes so hard. Like, he knows the, you know, the virtue and the fucking value of having symbology surrounded, you know, being a strongman. Or at least, you know, attempting to push the veneer. So, holy fuck, dude. That is some freaky shit, dude. That is some, like, freaky fucking shit. Dude, like, man, Trump's trying to do something, but honestly, like there was more counter-protesters than protesters, you know, in New York, so it kind of makes me wonder, like, is there even really any fight left in them, though, for something to really happen? Maybe for some of them, but I don't know. Maybe none of them wanted to go to New York. Bruh. Just what the fuck? Tell Rip to come back. I mean, I can't control what he's doing. I mean, it's Wednesday. Isn't he technically at, like, work or something? Fine. Here, hold on. We'll obsessively watch the Weather Channel as it, if nothing else, he likes is on. I knew it! Yep. Ripsy. He was at work. Sorry, ooh, oh my god. I think he gets it. I think it's fine. Say that exactly. I am not gonna get super, like, oh my god, whatever. I think he understands the point. Ah, Dios mío. Oh my lord. Here. If you're the right wing, may mess on you. Boeth. Boo. How about that? Boo. How about them apples? Huh? Boo. What are you gonna do about that, That's what I thought. Yeah. I gonna do shit. Boo. I don't want to be, like, degenerating my brain with memes. Especially right-toid memes. Oh god, why did I just click? Oh god. How did I get into Gario? What the fuck? Get out of here. I wish I could play you, but I can't. It won't let me split screen it. Alright, goddamn Discord, come on. He posted that ironically after we watched Night's Grave. Wait. Alright, well, send it again. Which one? You sent me like 8,000 memes. So, I don't know. Wanna know if he thinks he has sexual urges in him from... Oh, it's that meme. The horrible Oh, hold on. Where is it? Dude, I have to go all the way back, bruh. Oh, I found it. Here we go. I've seen this before, though. I think I've reviewed it. What a horrible generation. You don't get it, old man. What a horrible generation. You don't get it, father. What a horrible generation. You don't get it, dad. What a horrible generation. Hardy daddy, ooh woo. I mean, so he sent that to you, and, like, I think he's saying that you're a bitch. I think he's saying that you're a pussy and you're a little brat or something. I think that's what he's trying to imply. I don't think he has, like, some sexual urge on you, but goddamn, maybe there is. Like, maybe it's a little both. It's like, I need to show you some goddamn actual assertive dominance. I need to show you what some real dominance looks like, boy. I mean, I don't know. I mean, there could be. Lol, Facebook. Boomer book, dude. Face boomer, dude. He's on the face boomer. I remember that cesspool. That's why I don't go on anymore. I still have, like, some account that I could log in onto if I wanted to, but I sure as shit ain't gonna do it anymore. I ain't touching that shit with, like, 8,000-foot pole. I mean, I probably should just delete it, but I just really don't care. Still talk to some people. Well, get there, like, either, like, one, get a damn Telegram, and two, like, find other ways to contact and, you know, communicate with them, and three, use those forms of communication, and four, get a fucking Telegram. I need you to access my friend request. I'm not going back on fucking Facebook. I used to say that too. Yeah, I mean, I did too, honestly. I literally would use Facebook just for the Messenger app, and I don't even do that anymore. I don't even have Messenger or Facebook. I don't have those apps on my phone. I, for some reason, still have Twitter, even though I'm permanently banned on that. So, dude, Telegram is not right-wing. You want to know what I use it for? I use it for my homeboys on my group chat called the Hood Rats. And also, there's literally, like, 3 fucking goddamn, like, I'm just gonna be blunt, porn group chats that I'm a part of that, you know, delve into the realm of furries. You know, and, you know, fursuits, wink. So, I'm just gonna be blunt, that's what's going on. That's literally about the most of my Telegram is. That's just what it is. It's like 3 of those, and then just, like, my friends' group chat. And then, like, the individual, like, little one-on-one group chats with those said friends. That's literally it. Like, the only reason Telegram can be right-wing is if you're in, like, some weird right-wing group. Like, if you're in, like, a right-wing group chat, then, yeah, Telegram's right-wing. But, dude, my friend's group chat is predominantly, like, left. Because we're all, like, lefties on one way or another. So we send lefty memes and, you know, fuck on the current status quo and shit one way or another and all this other shit. Like, I mean, there's plenty of leftist group chats on Telegram. Like, I mean, whether they're just, like, little friend groups or, like, the actual groups, you know. I mean, it's like WhatsApp's just a bunch of individual chats. Yeah, that's just what it is. It's only, you know, politically bent in the way of, like, what chats you're in. I used to follow some, like, English version of, like, one of the Ukrainian, like, war, like, you know, news apparatuses that was on Telegram that would show explicit stuff. But honestly, it got to the point where I'm like, this is getting too fucked up, where I was like, I need to stop watching this and updating myself with this shit. So I unfollowed it eventually, but, like, I mean, you know, so sometimes, I mean, you know, like, even I will, you know, follow some groups and then just, like, leave them just because, like, alright, it's getting a little too much. But it's mainly just because of the whole, like, you know, I was following some Ukrainian news things on there. And like I said, things definitely were getting a little too fucked. I mean, fuck, I mean, I'm kind of half tempted to unfollow the r/combat footage on Subreddit because, like, 90% of it, it's, like, very explicitly horrible, fucked up shit going on over there. Not just like, oh, you know, here's, like, you know, some shit going on and, like, you know, with the Taliban fighting out, you know, like, ISIS or some shit, or, like, one of the other militant groups who's still trying to, like, curtail or whatever the fuck. It's not, like, random shit like that. It's just, like, here's Russian literally getting bombed by, like, a bomb off of, like, some drone and then, like, offs himself and shit. It's like, oh, wow, yeah, that's just, that's enough internet for today. That's bad. I mean, like, all of it's honestly kind of a way bad, but, you know, it's just like, I mean, when it's just, like, gets so fucking consistent, it's just like, ugh. Gets to a point where it's like, alright, enough. I gotta get away from it. Alright, quit here, because I can't quit this video and got to, because, well, again, like, It's the only one online I talk to. Well, yeah. Well, there you go. Yeah, well, there you go. I hate Kick. I mean, it's okay. I don't use Kick myself, so I don't know what it's like. Friends of a lot of trans folks on Facebook. Well, I guess that will exceptionally make sure that you don't ever have your stepdad as a friend on Facebook. Even though it's just sitting there pending indefinitely. I guess you could go to your private settings and just make it so, it's like, outright, like, certain things are only accessible, to, friends, but family it isn't. You try to add me, Lamau? Dude, that's so fucking absurd. They're mostly militant common trans people, though. Based. Sounds like my type of trans people. Militant commie trans people. Sound kind of like, hold on. I actually have a sticker for it. It's on my gut safe. Well, hold on. Let me get that away. There it is. It's right there. Well, it's kind of blurry, but it says trans workers take up your rifles with a trans worker, well, taking up a rifle. As the thing applies. I'm not going to bother staying up going over to it because I'm just lazy. But yeah, it's there. If only you log in and accept my friend request. Well, just ask them if they have Discords or like a Telegram or something, and then they could do that. Or just point them to my stream. How about that? Just be like, hey, he does streams usually around this time, here, I'll share when he's live next time. How about you do that? How about them apples, bruh? I don't know if they like you. There are tankies. Well, legit. Well, I mean, let's see how bad it really is. Let's see how bad their tankyism really is then. Is it really that bad? I mean, honestly, legit, like, I'm willing to have, like, quote-unquote, like, compromise tankies if they're at least willing to do the same for me. If they're like, nah, fuck you, just because of slight differences, then that's one thing, but... Mostly trots. I have a little bit more sympathy for him. At least in comparison to Stalinists. A couple Stallies, but they'll call themselves MLs. Nah. So predominantly MLs, but got, a lot of trots mindset, but at least a few of them are Stallies. Ah, I see. Well, Well, can't be too bad. Here. I'm gonna get some fucking goddamn background music on. Been too quiet. Too quiet for too long. Is there literally good people I literally care for and fear and here to step that rail against the LGBT? Well, yeah. Which honestly, like, is why I don't really care if there were Marxist-Leninists or Stalinists or Trotskys or Trotskyites. To me, that is at least especially considering the fact that trans people likely who live in the South and Alabama and all that shit got more things to worry about, which frankly probably explains why they're fucking militant. You know, so I empathize with him, honestly. And I feel like they got every reason to feel militant like they do. You probably have heard Steven Anderson. You said he's met him once, right? He watches Greg Locke. Man. Man. I'm letting intrusive thoughts run through my head. Because the fact that, like, there's also so much open, outright fucking Nazism coming out of these motherfuckers, it's like the Lyudmila Pavlichenko's, like, you know, like, spirit in my mind is, like, just, like, really coming out. There's a part of me that feels like I literally got her, like, piss and vinegar when it comes to Nazis. You know what I mean? Like, I mean, she's, you know, knocked out over 300 of them and shit, and I'm just sitting here like, God damn, I wish it's just like, man, where were you for today? She even fucking, like, immaculate, like, she, like, fucking cucked, like, a bunch of Americans who were, like, you know, trying to fucking misogynize and, like, do sexist jokes against her and shit, in, like, Chicago and shit. And dead ass, she's like, I don't see you fucking taking headshots against Nazis. What the fuck are you all doing? Like, you're not even, like, doing anything out here. Well, look what I'm doing out there, and I'm a woman doing this shit. What the fuck y'all doing? And basically the entire room went silent as fuck. And she just, like, flexed like a Giga Chad on all of them. It's just like, I mean, it's just like, damn. And after that kind of spread around, and she actually legit kind of garnered respect in America because of that a little bit. Because, like, she kind of stepped up and, like, I hear you all giggling about me being in a skirt and this and that, looking like, you know, I'm just like some little play toy for the soldier and shit, but I've like, you know, been hit by Nazis and shit. I've gotten shrapnel, I've been shot by them, and I've killed how many and shit, and what the fuck y'all been doing? You know, saying that to the men directly, who all didn't go out and fight. And it was just like a, ooh. It was like a fucking, like, just a mic drop moment. Again, if the alien thing, I mean, I get it, but oh my god. The problem is that, unfortunately, it's quote-unquote, like, working, you know, against ourselves. Considering that it's kind of coming back into power again, at least in America. About shooting fellow humans. Well, tell that to the same fascists who would be doing the same thing there. Because there will be humans who would be a lot more sympathetic towards alien contact, and they would definitely be executed. Fascists inherently don't care about compromise, or using bloodshed to get their way. There just fundamentally is no compromise with, you know, an idea like that. The ultimate other for fascism. I suppose, but there would still be a counteract against it. The dog in the ball. Give a little boy a sweet little ball. You're so cute. Sweet little thing. You're not being, if they're fine. Gets said ultimate other. I use them as meat shields. I mean, this is really starting to delve into like a. You're not gonna be able. Well, okay, I get what you mean, but like, I mean, honestly, it's starting to kind of delve into like speculation, and of like just all sorts of different premises, frankly, because like when it comes to like also because there's a militant reaction against them. Like, I mean, which if there's like a united fascist government, hypothetically, I mean, then, yeah, of course, by proxy, they're going to be militant against their, contact. So, I mean, it's just like, like, would their hostility even be just, by nature, or would it be a reaction? I mean, yeah, sure, it's granted that maybe they are just like that, but probably not. Several what ifs. Well, yeah, there's like a I mean, to be frank, there are like 1,000 what ifs. Could be used as a unifying force. That's not a good thing, though. I don't want it to be. Because, obviously, within human nature, it is. We do this to ourselves. But that's not a good thing. It's destructive inherently and is negative, even to the ones who perpetuate it. So, it's bad across the board. Even then, it's still like a destructive nature that, is even destructive to the ones who are enacting it and directing it. Even if it is outward, because it has a consequence directly and domestically. Because you're wasting resources on an other that, frankly, doesn't need to be otherized. Regardless if it's outward or within yourself. And you're going to be doing it within yourself because of, people who are going to have different ideas and disagree with the whole notion in the first place. And start rebelling against that. So, I mean, frankly, at some point, it's just inherently a destructive notion. Thing is, like, do you see like other life being xenophobic? Like, the environment needs like a symbiosis and like equilibrium with other life. Like, being xenophobic is inherent contradictory to that. I mean, if we're gonna, just to throw a little bioessentialism out there, even though I disagree with that notion in the first place, I mean, it's just like, if there is, I guess, some element of that, like for an environment or a biome or for organic life to, thrive and to healthily prosper, it needs diversity and different, xenos in life living amongst it. I mean, like, when it comes to, like, very, like, I mean, you can see this naturally and within, like, human history. When it comes to, like, broader, more, like, lesser biomes or, like, ones that are very, like, limited to essential. Like, I mean, we've done this even to, like, random islands that used to be kind of diverse, but then we would, like, leave a few goats. They would overpopulate the island, and now there's literally, like, nothing but grass and just, like, some goats and shit. So it's like, I mean, like, we've even done this indirectly, with some environments, at least on very small levels. And it ends up being more of a consequence more so than a benefit. To the point where now it's just basically like a couple of different elements, within the biome versus like this very kind of like a very diverse biome. So broadly, I mean, if you just extrapolate that on a bigger scale, you can kind of see how big of an impact it could really have. silicon-based life that has values radically different from us. Well, on that virtue, then they're going to have, like, different, needs for life, that are different from us. So by that proxy, why would they even need to be on our planet? Outside of just the sheer virtue of curiosity. I mean, silicon-based life has different needs, when it comes to its survival, and honestly, even then, we don't know 100% about that. I think there's, like, a few elements of that, on our own planet, but it's like microbacteria and shit like that. So we don't really know what it will look like on a macro level. Resources, they could want servants. You don't know that, though. Silicon-based life, it cannot exist, it's been shown. Well, I mean, it goes to show about my knowledge about this. I mean, I've read before that it's theoretically that they could exist, but I mean, so I don't know. Oxygen is key of life, and oxygen doesn't interact with silicon in a way that produces the components critical to life. Well, I mean, I guess, like, the factor, from what I've read is that, like, that's at least of how we understand life. It's theoretical that life could potentially, exist outside of those components, but we just haven't seen that. From what I understand. So... But if you want market provide... Well, yeah. I mean, and honestly, I think, I don't know. I mean, there's, as far as I know, no evidence of their existence. I think there's evidence of, like, microbacteria and shit that could, sustain off of, like, things like silicon and shit. But, or at least, like, silicates and things like that. But that's, like, like I said, like, micro life and shit. Like, this isn't, like, some macro life type of level shit. So, I mean, as far as we're aware, like, it's, life is probably going to take some form of what we have seen already. Like, some sort of, like, molluscoid, insectoid, arachnid, humanoid, or mammalian, reptilian, I mean, avian even, it could be all sorts. I mean, we don't really necessarily know what exactly, other life could potentially look like, at least, on our type of level. Might be radically different from us in many ways, culturally, scientifically, morally, etc. Well, of course. But considering that they're, going to be far more advanced than us, I would also, think, it's, implied that they have more of an advanced understanding of what culture, science, morality, and things like that are. It does have a better understanding of these things. Which means that they would have a better understanding of how to go about certain elements of, addressing issues. Granted, not always. I mean, it's not proven until they come by and say what's up, but... The biggest thing to want to worry about with other forms of life is irregularity. Life could be a rogue machine entity devoted to purging the universe, but that wouldn't necessarily be a machine, like it's a machine. It wouldn't necessarily be a life form at that point. I suppose that would imply that there was a life form in the past that didn't make it and didn't produce that thing. And if that's the case, then that does at least, confirm that there is other life, or at least used to be other life in the galaxy. But, I mean, like, what would we be dealing with would not be life. That's a machine. Life can exist in forms, and neither are compatible. For example, any food that eat could not be digested by us. To use a more likely example, a machine entity that just wants to expand and build with no care for us whatsoever. Yeah. Hasn't moved at all. Oh. Just a cute little bowl. So adorable. Just a cute little boy. Because a lot of my point would become obvious if Ignore would just try the Fear of the Dark Origin. That's not gonna... I'm just gonna say this right now, that's likely not gonna change my mind. Just putting that out there. This Origin, I'm sorry, bad guy ammo. I'll be the judge of that. Because, yeah, I don't know, yeah, like, just because I try a certain, like, way to play a game, you know, that's somehow going to change my broader opinion about that. I mean, come on now. I really like the Fear of the Dark narratively. But you're also the one who mentioned that it also has, like, the narrative that it, you know, can be, like, you know, xenophilic. Where it's like, oh, hey, you know, you could be like Guardians of the Galaxy versus, you know, fucking, like, the Purgers of it. Again, like, you think you're gonna change my mind with this? I mean, come on now. Let's see what's going on Reddit. Let's see. Extra civic, let's get come emperor on top of that, get 5 civics. That sounds good. Whoa. Whoa. A hole 30 times. I don't think it's like a literal hole. But 30 times Earth size is spread across the sun, blasting solar winds that will hit our planet by the end of this week. Cool. What type of shit is it gonna do? It's harmless, it will cause more vibrant aurora borealis. Fucking based. It's forecasted to be KP6, the bright red line, on Friday the 24th in North America. It will be the best seen northern continental US. Hell yeah, we're gonna get some, you know, there might be an off chance there's some aurora borealis on Friday. Fuck yeah, dude. Sorry, Venom, you don't get to experience this. I mean, I don't know if I will either, but there's an off chance. Dude, that'd be fucking dope. That'd be awesome. This sun tornado from yesterday. Whoa. Dude, there's a tornado on the sun. There's a tornado on the fucking sun, dude. Yo, look at that. Dude, how tall is that? Holy shit. Dude, that is insane. Oh my god, it's stretching. It keeps growing. Bruh. It didn't... Oh shit, it became the flare, dude. Yo, dude, that is fucking crazy. Yo. That is legit. Yeah, look at that. Oh my god, look at that shit. That is wild, dude. It zoom, just zooms itself in there. Is this like real time or is this sped up? Cause that's fucking crazy, dude. It's got like 3 like tentacle connections or something down there. Damn, look at that. Damn, bro. The sun. I think it's sped up. Probably, my guess, 10 to 15 earths. Oh my god, wow. That unironically kind of earths, yeah. Dude, 10 to 15 earths. Welcome to Earth. I mean, honestly, dude, that is just insane to comprehend, honestly. Not even gonna lie. That's pretty legit. I think it's sped up. Oh, well. Honestly, that just kind of means, you know, that it was just like, you know, just basking in the glory way longer. Waco's Koresh's fault. Jesus fucking Christ. Oh my god. Do I have to really break this down again? I literally started the fucking stream breaking this. Dude, I don't want to do it again. I don't want to do this 2 hours later. I did this 2 hours ago. Like, literally 2 hours ago, bro. Like, I don't want to do it again. Come on. Come on. I did it 2 hours ago. If you just want to hear my take about that, rewind it. If this was like 3 days later, I can understand maybe getting back into it again. But I would just probably refer to this stream. I mean, oh my god. I just talked about this earlier. Dog man, I mean, it was 2 hours ago. Yeah, it was. I've been streaming for 2 hours and 13-something minutes. I remember talking about this topic, like, you know, when you popped in here, which was about like 5 minutes in, give or take. And then we really started talking about Waco and Ruby Ridge and shit like that, like, you know, once it was like 10 minutes plus in. So, yes, it literally was 2 hours ago. Feels like we've only been going maybe an hour. That makes it worse! We talked about this an hour ago. Here, let me bring it up again. Like, oh my god! But hey, I'm having fun. I mean, I am too. I'm not like bitching and moaning that much. Maybe that's just a little bit. But just a little bit. Is that your response? Just... Where's your piss vinegar? Where's the fuck, you bitch? It's like, I'll do whatever the fuck I want. I'm having fun here, you little edgelord, little whiny, you little fucking snowflake. Where's that shit? Where's this nonsense? Submissive slut boy. Oh my god. Believe me when I tell you now, when it's jumping upside down, never see until this far with you, it's us today. I want to stand up, stepdad. Well, I mean, you probably now understand my feeling a little bit, but instead of getting mad at you, I'm just trying to empower your ass. And it sounds like you did, but now he sent you memes. Which honestly is not as bad as I thought it would be. Like, you stood up to him and he didn't like your takes and he started sending you memes. I mean, that's not really that bad. Honestly, it's better than I expected, to be honest. Like, I'm sure you weren't, like, you know, well, I mean, I'm sure you weren't, like, going hardcore about it, but, I mean, considering that you did kind of, like, you know, fuck, your ideas are dumb, at least in some way. It's pretty sophomoric for a guy his age. I mean, honestly, he is. Dude, I mean, he didn't send them. Oh, what? Who cares? Whatever. And also, like, Mornex, get this. He literally, the other day, called in sick just so he can basically bust nuts and then repent his sins literally after the fact to some gospel country Jesus music. And, like, weird sermons. And then, you know, it would literally go back and rinse and repeat. He called in just to do that, saying he was sick. Well, he is, but not in the way that he was saying. Dude, and also, he thinks union workers are lazy, just trying to get, like, you know, cut out of, like, the real hard-working man. It's like, I was literally, like, sick in recovery mode from these high-brained ideas, and trying to, like, yeah, and I was fucking working, which also might have been a bad idea, because I was a little sick earlier today and shit. Not as bad as last time, but it was until, like, fucking 4 to 5 o'clock when I started feeling better again. Like, honestly, this is, like, right now, it's, like, the first time I felt fine since fucking Monday. And even then, I'm not, like, 100%. I'm more like 80, 85% at this point. Like, goddamn, you do not, or, like, I went through fucking hell, and I worked for one of those fucking days, and fucking busted my goddamn ass. And it's like, and that lazy-ass fart, you know, wants to call in sick just so he can jerk it. It's like, fuck you, you lazy bastard. God, it's like, man, Venom thinks he has a piece to say to him. Like, I got some fucking words to say to him. Holy shit. I mean, obviously, I probably won't get that chance. And frankly, it's probably good. Like, I don't want a 44 or 357 up against my head. That's probably not a good idea. But, man, the things Venom's told me about him, holy shit. Please, I want to... Wait, what are you talking about? Dude, we listened to that country gospel song earlier, and I literally, like, stopped it. Not this stream, but it was, like, the last stream I did. Like, I'm not... No. I don't want to do that again. If you're gonna give me some country, you give me something good. Like some Wheel Walker, Hank Williams, Johnny Cash. Fucking somebody. Why it's awful. Is it the same one that we were listening to the other day? Because if it is, instrumentally, it ain't terrible. It's just a fucking stupid, lame, like, bleh. It's just soft and just, like, yellow-bellied, where it's just like, meh. We're not really going to be, like, you know, outlawly about this. We're not going to have, like, a little gruff around the edges. It's all soft and preachy and pure. It's like, blech. Good proper country ain't pure. It's fucking dirty and gritty. Talk about eating pussy, kicking ass, fucking, you know, taking it to the man, beating on a cop because they fucking trying to pull him over for dumb bullshit. You know, stuff like that. That's country. Got the energy of the stuff you listen to right now. Well, some good old thrashy stuff. Actually, this is like some kind of lefty thrash. I have this album too. We're born to working class, every job to fast. Break away, the fire holds you back. Break away, let the fucking join the back. And take it in and let it out. We've got a voice, rise up and shout. That's good shit. Wish I knew what to type in to do the eye roll emoji. The guy thrash. Dude, even I mean, you gotta go to a thrash concert. I'd call you boomer, dude. Fucking like OG thrash is from like the boomer gen. If you want to be honest, dude, like Death Angel's been around since like the goddamn 80s. Slayer was a major turn off. Well, that's the problem. You haven't gotten, like, you know, I mean, well, Slayer can be pretty good, especially the early days. But, like, I mean, bruh, if you want to listen to some quality thrash, I mean, well, I listened to a lot of it. But it's just, like, don't let's, like, I'm not, like, the biggest fan of Slayer. Like, honestly, it's all the other bands that kind of get, like, you know, kind of overshadowed by the big four are the ones that I really like. And the European big four. Like, because I know Exodus, Tankard, who else? Fuck. There's like two other, no wait, Destruction, and then there's one more. But there's like a big four for Europe that was big back in the day. And Destruction's fucking awesome, Tankard's pretty good, Exodus is fucking amazing. And I forgot what the fourth one is, but they're also, but I haven't heard as much of them though. They kind of escape my mind right now. But there's kind of like a smaller, like kind of big four in the U.S. and Death Angel, Testament are a part of it, and Sacred Reich is kind of another one. And then there's like one more that's kind of like the side big four that are kind of like the smaller four. And Death Angel's kind of considered a part of that. I think Creator's the other one. Because they've been around for a while, but they're still, you know, obviously rocking and kicking ass. I can't wait to go to Creator and Death Angel coming up here in May. It's going to be fucking amazing. Early Metallica was good element. Yeah, early Metallica is pretty good. It's good shit. Here, alright. Here, this is kind of country. This literally is country as fuck. It's the name of the song. Well, Pantera's okay, but they're not my big favorite thing. I like some songs, but I'm not like the biggest fan. And I definitely like this. Hold on, let me see if I can find some that's here, you don't want Eddie and conservative band members. That one break. With Eddie? Oh, you mean Iron Maiden? Iron Maiden, dude, my friend Metal T, who's also named Tyler, is a hardcore Iron Maiden fan. But I've seen Iron Maiden live 3 times, and honestly, I love Iron Maiden. Like, I will rock to some Iron Maiden, dude. Dude, my favorite song is The Greater Good of God. Like, it's an anti-religious song. It's a pretty good song. Like, Iron Maiden, like, fucking rocks, honestly. And And honestly, not all the conservative, like, not all the band members are conservative. It's mainly Steve Harris and Bruce Dickinson. Like, the rest of them aren't really political. They never really say much about their politics. It's mostly Bruce and Steve. Like, they're the ones who are kind of a little bit more vocal about it. And it's mostly their marijuana takes, because they know a lot of people at the concerts, at least in the US, smoke weed, so they kind of poke at the pot smokers in the concerts, which, granted, I kind of find annoying, but whatever. I mean, you know, they still pull out a pretty kick-ass awesome show. They're better in the 80s. Well, yeah, I'm sure. But they still rock. I mean, they still pull out a good show. Oh, here's another one. Playing one of my own. I said that legit thinks KISS stands for Knights in Satan's Service. That's stupid. So dream, you have a dream, you gotta chase your dreams, chase your dreams, every time, chasing all the green. Everyone's working by nothing, we're working for the man. As long as you answer, ask goodbye, baby, see the rock and roll band. Your dreams and chase your dreams. You gotta chase your dreams, chase your dreams, don't you waste your mind. It's not really country, but it's more bluesy. He thinks Satanists are running for office. God damn, I wish open Satanists were running for office. I mean, honestly, at this rate, fuck it. Get some proper representation, have at least a few Satanists in there, fuck it. While we're at it, get a bunch of other ones out there. Get a bunch of, like, you know, fucking, you know, pagans, get some, like, you know, fucking other shit going on. When watching all the Quiet on the Western Front. Not realizing that's a World War I series. He literally thought, like, what? It was Kaiser in World War I. Kaiser Wilhelm II. What the fuck? He's retarded. The brain rot, dude. Oh my god. He just thinks Germany are like Nazis, basically, if it's historically, you know, based in some way, shape, or form. What a moron. He thinks the Nazi Party started in 1870. He's a moron! No, it didn't. Like, the Nazi Party evolved from the German Workers' Party. Like, it didn't... oh my god, he's such an idiot! I was literally reading about this because I looked up Ernst Röhm earlier. Like, what started the National Socialist German Workers' Party was it evolved into from the German Workers' Party, where a lot of them were initially based off of. Oh my god, what an idiot. Like, most of the Nazis came from the German Workers' Party from back in the day. Like, what the fuck? Oh my god. What an idiot. And that started in the fucking, like, late 20s and early 30s. Oh my fucking god, what an idiot. Oh my god, he's such a moron. Don't waste your mind doing time. Help someone who needs it. What a dumb fuck, man. He says his ancestors left because of the Nazis in the 1890s. And yet he has Confederate ancestry. Bullshit. Well, maybe some of his ancestry, but whatever. Bullfuck. That's not even... Like, if he says that, then that's literally not even true. Because there's just... Like, the Nazis didn't exist yet. They weren't a thing yet. Oh my god, man. What a dumb fuck. What an actual dumb fuck. I mean, like, I could understand, yeah, Schultz is, yeah, that's a German name. It's a German surname, Schultz. Yeah, that's German, for sure. Or at least Germanic, you know, so, yeah, I mean, it's like, I mean, but, like, the fact that his ancestors left in the 1890s because the Nazis is stupid as fuck. I mean, granted, there's probably maybe some other variables at the time that maybe they left, you know, and shit, but it wasn't because fucking Nazis, because they literally didn't exist yet. Like, I mean, they weren't a thing. Maybe some of the ideological, like, elements about what, you know, became Nazism and shit and culminated into that, maybe, like, loosely existed, but it wasn't fucking, like, that yet. Like, ugh, dude, what a fucking nub. What a brain-rotted nub. It means High Sheriff, and that is anchor or ancient law enforcement for German nobility. You know what? Let's literally look up the surname for Schurz. What does it mean? We'll literally look it up and define it for you. You know what? I'm okay with you taking the credit if you tell them. You can say you literally looked it up. Schurz origin. Oh my god, get this! Get fucking this, Venom. Schultz is a common German and Jewish Ashkenazi family name from Germany, particularly in northern Germany. The word Schultz originates from the local official title of Schlossweise, or Dorfenschulze, meaning the village headman or constable, sheriff, in the medieval sense akin to today's of mayor, or today's office of mayor. So that part is true that you mentioned, but dude, bruh, that first part, dude, this first part though, right there, I'm not shitting you, this is literally what it means. Oh my god. Oh shit. So he's right about the sheriff's store, and he has, yeah, dude, he has some Jewish ancestry. Oh my god, dude, he might unironically have Jewish ancestry. Oh man, and he's, dude, and you know what's so funny is that Nazis, there were some Nazis that unironically had Jewish ancestry. I mean, literally look at Hitler himself, he did, you know, so honestly, there was a lot of them that did. You know, like, this doesn't surprise me, frankly. Oh my god, holy shit, wow. Fucking hell, dude. He comes from a long line of Jewish cops. Jewish cops. Oh my god. Oh, fuck, dude. Fucking love it. Holy shit. Wow. That's amazing. Here, you know, let's go to the actual Wikipedia. Let's see what else is on here. Let's see what else. What else we got? Dude, that's just fucking gold. I love it. Come on, load. Load for me, baby. Dude, inject more of this into my veins. Come on. He'll hate that as a racist white boy. Dude, he would totally hate that. He would be like, bullshit, that's fake news. Come on, open up Wikipedia. So, in East Central Germany and Silesia, the U was often replaced by an O. So Schultz or Schultz. Okay. So it just shows people named Schultz or Schutz. Yeah, there actually isn't even really much else to this. I don't want to inflate his ego. Oh my god. I'm looking up different names, you know, with the people named Schurz. One of them was their German Nazi general, an SS general, and oh, dude, he lived till 1981. What the fuck? German general. Oh boy, another one. A chemist. Okay, he might be okay. Okay, doesn't look like. All right, German soldier during World War. Josef Schultz. He died in 41. Okay, whatever. All right, looks like okay. All right, what about you? Where are you? There you are. What about you, you fucking weirdo? Fucking member of the Gestapo. Oh God, what the fuck? What, dude? He literally tried to copy Hitler's mustache. What a nub. Operated in occupied territories in Poland and Ukrainian SSR. Well, you probably worked with Bandera. He was leader of the Einsatzkommando 5, part of the Einsatzgruppe C, which was attached to the Army Group South. So he died in West Germany? Jesus Christ. Couldn't he been like in East Germany where he got gulagged or something? This guy was literally a fucking SS. Like, why did he get to live? What the fuck? April 18, shut up, blah, blah, blah. So he partook in the Imperial Army, joined Free Corps, or the Flight Corps, joined the Schutzpolizei in Bremen. Informant for the SS, and officially joined the Nazi Party in 1933 in November, was appointed head of the Gestapo in Bremen. Ah, ugh. What else? Yeah, okay, hold on. Schultz was found guilty on all accounts. However, he spared execution on the grounds that he had made an effort to oppose an intolerable situation, then resigned when he could not stop what was happening. Sentenced 20 years in prison instead. This sentence was reviewed by the PEC panel and commuted to 15 years in January 1951. He was paroled in January 9th, 1954 and died in 1981. Boo! 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 Like, this is literally like, hey, as long as you made an effort to oppose this, you know, that's, you know, we won't kill you. It's like, fuck that. Boo! Boo! That's a bullshit. Bullshit. Lame. If I was... Did not put Beria anywhere near me at all. Like, honestly, you know, this guy looked like a scumfuck, but, like, Beria was frankly worse. Dude, he did some really abhorrent shit. Maybe he didn't do outright mass killings, granted, that's a different, you know, fucked up thing, but, like, I mean, the shit that he did, though... Man... Like, frankly, what happened to him as, you know, his final, you know, like, sentencing and shit was too charitable. It's actually kind of a funny story. Shows how much of a coward he really was, too. Like, he literally was, like, he got it, like, an impromptu judge, jury, and, you know, like, a trial type of thing. In like some warehouse or some shit with a bunch of people. I think Gregory Zhukov was actually a part of the members who were affiliated or a part of the council or the trial and shit. And basically threw the book at him. Like, they, you know, showed everything that he did. And he was literally crying and bawling and pleading and freaking out and panicking and shit. Being like, please, no, this is false charges. This is bullshit. Blah, please don't kill me. Like, you crying and, like, begging and pleading like a bitch. And eventually they're like, all right, you're going to be sentenced to being shot, basically, you know, and, you know, they were trying to, like, get him up to the wall or whatever, but he literally was just, like wrestling and just, like, fucking begging and pleading so much to the point where somebody literally just shoved a fucking rag in his mouth and just, like, took out their fucking officer pistol and just, like, blopped him. And someone was like, well, that does it. You know, someone after the fact just kind of quoted that and was like, yeah, well, it does it. Probably a little too lenient, but hey, I mean, you know, if you gotta get the job done, you gotta get it done. Especially for the shit that he did. I don't even want to get into details of what that motherfucker did. Like, he was, like, Literally, he was, well, a pedophile, if that says enough. But there's plenty of fucking other things that he was very abhorrently fucked with. Including that. He was an abhorrent bastard. Like, even Stalin didn't trust him. Which says a lot. Why he didn't purge him, I don't fucking know. It was after Stalin's death this way they killed him. If you alone. Well, like I said, I'm not gonna be Beria because he's a fucked up, brutal piece of absolute garbage and a fat fucking pig dog. Like, he literally was a big guy. Like, he was a fat, rotten shitbag. I mean, you know, there ain't no way I, you know, could even get fathomed close to a fucking piece of scum like that. Barely had an understanding and comprehension of what fucking humanity even meant in the first place. Couldn't really grasp it because he wasn't really exactly evolved to have any of that. Heck, Beria is one of those fucking dudes. Just utter sociopathic fuck. Like, I mean, just an utter disgusting psychopath. Like, frankly, with him, there was nothing exactly politically motivative. He just, you know, used that as a means to an end for his shit. Which is honestly the more sinister type of shit. Like, there are people like that. That use just, like, the political elements as just a means to an end for their own personal aggrandizement. For a brief moment, if you will. Dude, you're not gonna make me get anywhere close to being Beria. Which also, there's no Y in his name. I mean, you're actually spelling it correctly if you take the Y out. Well, it's not my fault I'm not a sick fuck. Like, sure, I would have creative means of dealing with Nazis and shit, for example. But, like, I mean, that ain't gonna mean I'm gonna be doing some, like, weird sociopathic, like, personal pleasure shit out of it. Just depends how, like, brutal and gruesome they were with their fucking shit. If not, well, you know, make it quick. Just Nuremberg it. Just be simple. Frankly, that's all you really need to be with it. Just have, like, you know, the judicial process and, you know, the whole basic shit. The whole, you know, the whole due process stuff. Just get it out of the way and just do it, you know. Make it simple, clean, and just quick. Less clean up, the better, you know what I mean? So, you know, it's like, there ain't no need for, like, some other weird, like, Machiavellian, like, oh, yes. Brutal enforcer. Well, no one said about being a brute enforcer about, like, you know, that type of shit. I'm just saying, you know, I'm not gonna be, like, some Beria level fucking psycho. Jesus. Like, come on now. Take it down a notch. Sounds wondrously scandalous. And I don't want that. And frankly, this already sounds scandalous. Imagine if I try to run for local office and they find the stream and they're like, look, see, he wants to be like a Stalinist fucking freak. Take me out of context thinking I want to be like Beria or some shit. Like, I mean, come on now. It's like, bruh. You don't know what I want to do in the future. Oh my fucking girl here. I gotta spring a leak anyway, and then, you know, this is perfect timing. Perfect time. Yeah, alright, I'm springing a leak. I'll be right back. Hi, buddy, you sweet puppy. I don't even know how to explain it. Talking about how he wants me to be a brutal enforcer for his song, which shouldn't even be like area or something. He's going for like a moment, I think, and he's trying to make me just delve into this euphoria, and I'm just like, crap, what the fuck? Yeah, exactly. What the fuck? I'm sitting here like, bro, what's going on? Yo. because she usually gives me like a little snack. So. Oh yeah, I know where you put it. Yeah. Okay, okay. All right, hold on. I gotta do a thing really quick. Gotta grab bait juice. Oh, you crazy puppy. Who's a good boy? The dog was right in front of your car when I was walking it and made those little beeps, and he was like, what the fuck? And I started charging him. He's like, oh shit. He started just zooming around everywhere. Hey, oh. Oh, damn. That was a good puppy. Alright, now we're back. I scared him off. Yeah, you did. Okay, you want me to go back in there and just hang out with my roommate instead? Because I could do that. Bruh. What the fuck? Why do I come back and it's worse? No. Hey, took off. Come here. Boo boo. Boom. I got you by your harness. Yeah. What you gonna do about that? You can't do shit. Yep. Who's your sweet boy? Who's your sweet little boy? It's your fault I clicked on it. Dude, Streamlabs always has those fucking chats no matter what. Look at this. Look at so cute. So cute with his little chest on his little doggy boo. Yes, he is. Oh my goodness. He's just so cute. Yes, he is. Oh, what a little sweet boy. Oh, yes. Yes. He's a good boy. Ah! What the hell? Don't do that. Goober. You damn little goober. What are you doing? This sweet little fowl. Alright. Here you go. Me. Here, you can have this off now. There you go. Hold on. Oh my lord, you're a goof. Yeah, that's right. Like what? If I might take a camp. Wait, what? spin my own wall. Dude, no you're not. Oh my lord. What is this nonsense? What is this nonsense? Boo. Silence with that. My lord. Now what the fuck are you doing, dog? What are you doing? Boop. Seriously? Damn little goob. Me being a fucking brat. So? I mean, I kind of poke around with it, but I'm not meaning it literally. I mean, I can't, like, you know, read the minds of everybody else in the damn, you know, chat when they talk to you and shit, but, I mean, that's at least how I'm doing it, so. At least it comes to me, I mean, yeah, coming on. I don't know about anybody else, but I don't think it comes from the same way either. Which, again, is some nonsense. Just because there's a back and forth on takes that are disagreeable or whatever the fuck doesn't necessarily mean, like, oh, well... Like, I mean, then thus unwelcome because we disagree. I mean, shit, how many times have you and I have disagreed on fucking stream and shit and just moved on like nothing really happened? I mean, come on. I mean, yeah, maybe Rip's a little different sometimes or this or that or some shit, but, I mean, whatever. Or on that different sides. Well, yeah, I mean, you meme a lot, but, I mean, I don't think he necessarily gets that. He's a very, like... I don't even know how to explain it, really. It's like someone that doesn't quite get, like, sarcasm 100%, at least in the sense that, like, you know, I could interweave that into some of the messages you put out. It can be kind of literal sometimes. It's very, like, kind of nerdy like that, which is whatever. But... actually, you know, I think, you know, there's a lot of value to that, because honestly, especially on the Portland subreddit, I, you know, see, you know, him, like, rabble-rousing a lot, and it's fucking great, honestly. Because so many people know him on there, and like, oh yeah, it's this fucking fringe weirdo, and blah, 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 and all this and that, and this is, like, based, fucking, just great. Like, expanding off Earth. Well, the thing is, I don't 100% totally agree, but I also don't 100% disagree with that. But this is where I'm with Rip. There needs to be more of prioritization to other shit. You know, like, longevity of us being on this planet. So, I mean, I don't know. I don't think so. Maybe. I mean, if he is, he's not diagnosed. And if he isn't, well... then he isn't going to be diagnosed for it. So, I don't fucking know. Seems like he can handle himself fairly fine, you know, even if he is and doesn't know it. So, he's a quirky dude, but he's not like somebody that's like, fuck you over like small things. I mean, he has different friends that, you know, he would disagree with way more than you and him. Very feels he wants. In a way, I don't disagree. And he even said, like, there was some point where I was, you know, going off on one of my rambles where he says, like, he's not even against, like, you know, not investing in stuff like that. He just, you know, thinks there should be more prioritization to, like, domestic investment or, like, you know, planetary investment and shit. Which I don't disagree with. But frankly, we could just, you know, keep space funding the same and just redivert a lot of our military funding into that type of shit. It does have, you know, the same type of, like, progress in space adventures, you know, while also at least, you know, investing in domestic affairs and shit, so. At that point, it'd be kind of a win-win. But that's just a little bit of a IMO. The earliest space race developed technology we use today. Well, yeah, that's what I was saying that earlier. Like, you know, about an hour or so back, like, when we were talking about it. Like, that's one thing I mentioned when it came to, like, the Cold War to space race then. Like, there's a lot of technology, you know, that was heavily invested to things that we do kind of take granted for today. I only mentioned a handful. Like, there's a lot, honestly. Like, you know, I can't really, you know, like I said, remember every single little thing. But it's a lot of different things about, you know, the Cold War era space race that invested exponentially a lot of different technology for that we use here at home. You know, whether it comes to, like, things like phones and, you know, So, I mean, all in all, like, we can definitely get more advancement from things like that, but, there just needs to be proper investment into it. It can't just be simply go to space and hope for the best. I mean, you actually have to, like, find the most efficient, best way to do it that use the most minimal amount of resources to do it. And with a system that's for profit and capitalistic like it is, that's not exactly in the best interest of considering. So, that's where the domestic affairs need to kind of be prioritized more so than not, because our current system would be more, like, just more against our interests when it comes to spacefaring and shit. So y'all say, well, I beg to differ, frankly. You see capitalism done here on our own fucking planet, what makes you think it's going to be any different anywhere else? And frankly, it's worse, if you think about it, because what fucking regulatory force is going to be there enforcing it? You're out in deep space, fucking like the like Earth's enforcement and regulations aren't exactly going to have that much of an impact way out there. So, I mean, if anything, it could be a lot worse. Plus, it'd be easier to cover up shit like that. Being like, oh, well, did a mine blow up and now everyone went into the vacuum of space and died? Well, we could cover that up and just say, well, mining operations, kind of got halted and shit, so we need, more workers, to come in and this and that and blah, blah, blah. Like, ooh, woo, sounds great. I'm not even talking about that, dude. I'm talking about, like, asteroids or, like, like the moon or something. I'm talking about shit like that, dude. Like, forget fucking, like, alien worlds, which are not even, like, oh my god, here we go again with this. I don't want to get back into it this hard. And also, I, kind of frankly give a fuck, because, would you say the same thing if you were some Bronze Age savage yourself, and you had, like, an incomprehensibly advanced civilization just come out of nowhere and enslave you? I think you would give a fuck. Put yourself in their shoes, dude. I mean, seriously? Do I have something to check at him? I don't. Shit. What are you doing? Yeah, you. We just fine calling us savages. So? And frankly, says, like, why? Just because they happen to be more advanced than us? Says who? I mean, extrapolate this with our own fucking humanity when you had, like, Spanish colonizers coming into the fucking New World, so to speak. Because Mesoamericans are pretty fucking advanced, considering, all things considered and shit. Despite maybe not technologically being as advanced or whatever the fuck. Just like we would be if we were the advanced aliens. It's just kind of like, delving into the... I mean, this is really just kind of to its root, like, whether colonialism good. The Archer fell from illness. Not entirely. I mean, that's not 100% like the truth. There's a lot of other nuance besides just they died from illness. Oh my god, my fucking god. Man, shut the fuck up, dog. Okay, I get it. You want some more food? You're a little savage, bro. I literally refilled this before I started the damn stream and you ate all of it? Goddamn, bro. Fucking hungry little munch. Damn. Little munchy boy. Shit. Quit giving me that look and just dig in. Fuck you. It's right there. Asshole. If we are alone, we have no... Wait, what? Wish if we were alone, we would have moral concerns. But well, what? So, like, what? Okay, so basically, if aliens exist, thus it will nullify your points entirely, but because we don't know if they do or not, thus it's okay until otherwise. What? Like, what? Oh my, are you trying to break my brain? Oh my god, my brain broke. What? Like, oh my. Holy shit. Do you need to start a stream and I voice call in and, like, hash this out? Because, oh my god, because I'll literally go grab myself another fucking beer and, like, or something. Oh my god. Because fucking Christ. Will this ever get settled? Because I want to have, like, just this, like, once and for all motherfucking, like, ultimate debate or some shit. Because Christ fuck alive. Like, I don't know if this will ever be hashed, but holy shit, we need something to hash it out, at least for a while. Because, oh my lord. Lord of mercy on all our souls. Oh my goodness. You know what, maybe, you know what? Yeah, how about we plan it out? We'll like, plan some gumption for that. Maybe we won't do it tonight, but how about we plan the ultimate, like, debate to end all debates over this topic. We'll plan it out, you and I, one-on-one at some point. I don't want to do it right now, but... Because goddamn, one of these days. Oh my god, dude, the storm is happening. Oh no, dude, oh my lord. Oh my lord. Because the golden age of resources could create a post-scarcity society. Render money useless. We're planning an ultimate debate about this. We're setting a date. We're going to figure this shit out. We're going to hash that shit out. Because we can get to a post-scarcity society without necessarily having to just be spacefaring first. Like, you just created like a wormhole of shit that I want to delve into right now, but I just I don't want to do it yet. I want to save it for this. Like, you and I are dead ass going to do this, and we're doing it on your shit, so then I can download it and then upload it to my shit as well. Because you and I, goddammit, are hashing this out, voice to voice. So then you and I can have at least an equal battlefield. Okay? We'll have an equal battlefield, so it's not on this, like, you're in the chat and you're having to hash it out. Should we have, like, Mordax as a moderator? Should we have him be, like, in the middle? Just kind of be, like, if things get a little too heated, he could be like, alright, kind of butt in a little bit? Or Rip City, even? Obviously, y'all don't want to hear my passions. It's not even that! Oh my lord! It's not even that. It's more or less that it does get brought up a lot. And, like, yeah, you'll be the Gyoji, dude. Yeah, he'll be the Gyoji. Yes, dude. He'll be our Gyoji, bro. But anyway, it's not even that. It's more or less that just gets brought up endlessly. And I feel like if there was just, like, one, just, like, I mean, there gets brought up a lot. Because you would think it has a lot more of a material, benefit towards, the current systemic issues that are needing to be addressed. And it's a lot more attainable, because there's actually traction on that. You can't compare the two. Like, what the fuck? You can't compare the two. Hold on. What the hell? You can't compare the two with this one. I'm into... Oh my god. We're playing this shit out. Enough substance in the game. But it means it's something to you, though. Like, even if you don't necessarily have substance, and even then you technically do. Not the same level as me or anybody else besides, but so what? You put some of the skin in the game before. So, I mean, it's like, you kind of get it. Silently into it. I mean, dude, and it is for you, too. There's a reason why they call it Rise Tide Raises All Ships, because I would argue that this is one of those issues that does. That's why. So, meh. That includes you. Like, all ships includes your ship. A little too much. Oh, dude, that's... Oh my god. That's not, like, even it, bruh. Come on. Come on now. What the fuck? This Bluetooth been off too much. Son of a bitch. You've been dormant too long. Was it just like 5 minutes ago I looked at that fucker and it was on? God damn it. Hope your shirt shows up soon. It probably will show up at the end of the week. I've got an email about it and it's been like 4 days. There's a few things that I'm waiting on. I'm actually waiting on some ammo right now. And a couple other things. And I need to figure out that lower handguard thing. Because what's so dumb is that I got the stripper clips that I bought from the same website, but not the handguards. So I'm like, what the hell? I've hit them up, but I haven't got an email back, so I'm just gonna go on their, like, I found their phone number, so I'm probably just gonna call them up, be like, yo. I just want to let you know that I didn't really get this. I got the package, I found the package. And honestly, considering that I got my stripper clips, I'm assuming that had to have been like a fuck up on their part. Like they realized, oh shit, this hasn't been shipped, and just thought it went in there, and somebody just like blindly just like, all right, just the invoice is in there or whatever, got it stuff, but you know, just didn't really think about it or some shit. Like I'm assuming that, because again, I got at least some stuff that I bought from the same site a little later, so I'm just wondering if that was the case. I'm willing to give a benefit of the doubt for now. Takes on an AI, or is that off limits? I mean, it's like nothing's on limits, but you gotta like spread the topics. I mean, I think that's really more the thing. You gotta spread them topics around. Because you do bring spacefaring and stuff like that and all that shit very frequently. I think that's why it gets overwhelming at times, because it's a consistent topic that gets brought up. I mean, it's like, I don't mind it, but when it is frequently, it does get, like, a little tiring. That doesn't mean that, like, the topic itself is bad, but it's just, like, you gotta spread it around a little, you know? Okay, that got me litty. Alright, that got me a little litty. At the peak of the song, epic. Like if develop AI, I have no problem using server because technically not. If you do also, oh, we already have that right now, basically. That giver rights and all that jazz. Well, I got no problem with that. But we have the equivalent of like androids, you know, like Data, or like the androids from like, you know, Detroit Become Human or something like that. I'm fine with it. I mean, what would be the problem with that, honestly? They don't necessarily have the same needs as we do, but at least giving them the basic rights to have accessibility to those needs, you know, and self-determination if they're sentient enough to be, you know, self-thinking and shit, I don't got a problem with that. What's up, AI develop? Because Swarm AI, I'm not sure I appreciate that, but if they're like data, I have no problem. Well, yeah. Well, I think it'd probably be a mixture of both. If you think about it, I'm sure we would have like AI that's kind of like Swarm, like little mini drones and stuff like that. But we would also have like Android / like data style like AI things as well. I'm sure it'll be kind of a mixture of different things. Smarter as the networks with more units. Well, if we had, like, let's say it's like kind of a mixed AI where you have like Swarm AI, but also like AI like data and some other shit in between. Like, it could all be connected to a broader AI. So, I mean, in a sense, you can have a little mixture of Swarm, data style, and like amongst of other different like AI that kind of are part of a broader network. So, I guess in that way, you wouldn't necessarily need to have as like much Swarm based type of AI, because they would essentially at least be somewhat connected to a broader AI, where they wouldn't necessarily have to just rely on more units within the Swarm itself. That an Android-style AI is way off. I mean, it's actually what scientists argue might like to develop. I mean, possibly. I mean, swarm intelligence is more, I argue, is probably more plausible, but I mean, that doesn't mean I think an Android-style AI is just going to be way off and doesn't happen. I mean, I think in time it's something that could. I'm not necessarily somebody who's just going to be like, nah. These boil down to basically can't self-determine. If not, then use his tools. If so, give him rights. Well, I guess I have basically the same take. I mean, because like I said earlier, I mean, if they're self-determinating and have a sense of like like sentience, and yeah, I got no problem with them being given rights equivalent to how like humans would. Frankly, I argue that for some animals. I mean, honestly, I mean, not necessarily to like the same level of like, oh, they deserve to have like voting right, blah blah blah, and all that shit, but at least like the basic rights to have like a decent life and quality of life. At least that's that premise in itself. Like, cause if we're gonna like use them for like food and stuff like that, then at the very minimal, what we can do is fucking give them a decent quality of life. Like, I mean, at the very least. So, I mean, all in all, it's like, I mean, I'd even argue that, for some animals now. I mean, I'm not like a full vegan about it, but I'm definitely, one that, can understand some of the arguments vegans will make, at least when it comes to shit like that. More than likely made in our image. Well, that's kind of irrelevant, though, when it comes to rights. I mean, when it comes to like the rights, to some things, or to like one's life, or like to one's existence, I mean, whether they're alien or an AI or an animal, frankly, to me is irrelevant. That looks human. Jesus, oh my, man, that's never mind. Again, I feel like we could get into that again, like with the debate, like I want to set up. I'm actually being dead serious about that, by the way. I'm not kidding. Is your breath something? Well, fuck that. No, I'm right in that case. I don't give a fuck. Fuck that. It's like, yeah, technically on a certain metric, it's easier to otherize something that looks radically different from you. I mean, look at racism today, where you got like weird white hicks, you know, that look at black people as like, oh my god, I mean, it's just, I mean, you see that already. Like, oh my god. Anyway, why are we getting back into it again? Why are we oh my god. Okay, now I'm starting. Okay, now this is starting again. Like, what the fuck? Ugh. Cause I mean, at the end of the day, I mean, frankly, you're never gonna make me fucking buy into this idea of like xenophobia good. I literally could not give a fuck about how technical, you know, it could work out. It's just never something I'm going to agree with, period. And, like, honestly. Like, I mean, honestly, there ain't no way I could fundamentally agree with that. Yeah, little bitch. There we go. So that was talking out of the other side. You don't have to worry about it like that. I mean, good lord. So the kittens are at my door demanding to be let in. It's cute to watch them stick their paws on his door trying to, well, let them in. Let the little kittens in. Oh my god, there's something wrong if you like just chit-chatting and talking. Like, oh my lord. I mean, come on. The room's a mess and I don't want trash flowing out of my room to get yelled at because I've been too stressed to clean. Well, just let them in and then just close the door so they don't let trash out. Just let them in your room and just close the door on your room. There you go. Bada bing and bada boom. No shit. Is Paul about to start a stream? What the hell is this? You don't notify me. I'm okay with, you know, seeing what Paul's up to tonight. What the hell? What's Paul doing this up late at night? Sees a few cans laying on my desk and he freaks out. Oh my god, wait until he sees my room. Well, frankly, who cares if you have a couple cans laying on your desk? Dude, like, I have cans, you know, laying around me right now. The fact that I actually have a coffee I need to finish, and I don't know why I'm gonna start finishing this right now. But I'm going to. Fuck it. I just can't sleep tonight. Well, honestly, you know, like, I've been in recovery mode for these big brain ideas that is called food poisoning. And I don't know why I decided to work, because I probably regressed a lot of my recovery and made me feel like shit somewhat earlier in the half part of the day. So I'm feeling fine now. So, yeah. I actually got, like, another burger and some tater tots, you know, to, like, smash down on, but I'm not, like, quite hungry yet. Well, I mean, frankly, I probably could smash them right now, but I don't want to, like, overdo my stomach. It's been, like, shrunken significantly, and it's not been cool. It sucks. In fact, these hiccups I get every now and then also suck, because it just feels awful. Like, all my muscles around here, like literally, like, all the muscles in this vibe right here, like, all this bitch, are sore as shit, dude. It's not even the stomach anymore. It's like all my muscles that have been, like, forcingly, like, you know, ugh, it just is, I hate it. I'm not looking forward to going out in the cold to drag 2 trash cans collectively a couple miles. Just get a nice hoodie on, get a nice good jacket, and, you know, just, like, huff it out. By the time you get out there, you're not going to be that cold. Like, when you first get out there, you might be a little nippy, but once you kind of start moving and hustling, you're going to be warm. You'll be fine. Bro, like, you're saying it's cold, come up here, dude. See, you'll experience the cold. God damn it, that dog is showing his balls off. Fucking hell, I look over the wrong time. Hey dog, yo! Quit spreading those legs! Yo, quit spreading the legs! Hey! Yeah, you! I don't want to see that. I want to look over and see a cute boy. I don't want to see Peaches. I know cold Lamau. Proceeds to whine about Alabama cold. Here, you know, I'll give something to Goff to enjoy. A little pork bun. Hey, you want this? Can I open this? There we go. Here you go, buddy. It's 28. Whoa, it's below freezing? What the hell? Are you serious? Dude, it's like 48 degrees over here. How's it warmer over here in the Pacific Northwest? I thought it was, like, honestly equivalent. I thought it was like 40 degrees over there right now. What the fuck? At the moment. Jesus! Dang, okay, you know what? You know what? Never mind. You know what? I understand. Okay, you know what? I get it. You know what? You know what? Touche. Fair enough. You just kind of flexed on me. Yeah, it's literally 49 right now over here. Dude, like, damn. Alright. You know what? You just kind of flexed up on me. Okay, you know what? Fair enough. But, I mean, just get a little huff and puff going, you know, just, you know what, do like some push-ups a little bit before you go out there, you know, kind of get some of the blood flow going and shit. Wait, your weather app froze a few hours ago? Oh, so, we got an update on the Fahrenheit? What we got? It pulled it up. It's 50? Oh, so it's, okay, so it's about the same temperature as it is now. Okay, well, you're fine. Oh, you'll be fine. That's pretty much around the same temperature as it is. Actually, it's very slightly colder out here, and what I'm wearing a hoodie and then this, like, this summer over jacket, basically. Like, you'll be okay. Like, it ain't that cold. Oh shit, Paul went loud. Hey, what's Paul doing? What are you doing here so late at night, Paul?
Whatever to enjoy it. No, I think I could boot up the original Dead Space and still really enjoy it.
Dead Space.
From what I've looked at, like
he's a fucking juggalo.
I've watched some, like videos of it. I've watched some people stream it. It lost, like, to me, that quality that I was talking about.
Pretty sure it's Wild J, right?
When they do these remakes,
is that his name?
There's like a grittiness to the original that made it feel a lot like.
I agree with TJ on most things, but you get cases like this where I can't really say how this is correct.
And now with all the, hyper-dimensional fucking.
The charges against him have been dropped. If that's true, a lot of people owe a pretty big fucking apology.
4K bullshit.
Oh, I remember reading this.
I don't know. It just added kind of like a.
I do remember reading this on Reddit, actually, not from TJ, but I mean, I don't know, like, at least when it comes to the trial itself, but a lot of people kind of were like, what the fuck, when the text came out, and then also he made some other, like, weird, messages and shit like that. Like, I don't know, there's, and people point out people can get away with crime. I just noticed back here, there's Casey Anthony, where she got away with her crime. Like, flag on a play, unnecessary dick riding. Yeah, I don't know. Like, I'm still a little 50-50 about this. Like, maybe with the specific, trial that was, granted at him about this, like, maybe that might have been dropped. But there's other shit, though, man, that kind of implies there's some kind of sketchy stuff. You know what I mean? It's, I don't know, still a little sus. I mean, I'm not willing to just, like, be like, alright, it's all good. I'm not, like, there, like, unless there's, like, some legit credible evidence that, like, the texts are fabricated or some other shit. So, I don't know, like, I mean, possibly, but I highly doubt it. I'm not willing to just believe that, either. I'm not really hardcore one way or the other, but considering what is at least verifiable, it's definitely sussy. Made a bad tweet hanging a friend. We've all been there. Yeah, I mean, we've all made a bad take here and there. I mean, shit. I've made some bad takes myself. Shit, I mean, honestly, I've admitted that and kind of retracted some bad takes before in the past. I mean, it's not, often, I feel like, I've done that, but every now and then I do. When I at least feel like, I've done that. I think, honestly, for me, would probably be, like, honestly, I think for me, it would probably be, like, with asexuality. Like, I used to think it wasn't a thing. I just thought it was, like, there's no way. Like, people are, like, humanity's, like, got, like, a sense of inherent sexuality with it, right? Blah, blah. But over time, I'm like, well, honestly, there's a lot of factors that come into play. And kind of realized that, yeah, it's kind of a dumb take. I mean, at least one example I can think of off the top of my head. I mean, I still don't 100% get asexuality overall, but, I mean, like, I kind of understand where it kind of broadly comes from either way, and whatever, it's not, it's not something that I, think it's, like, just doesn't exist. I mean, it's a thing, I just don't quite get it that much, but it's not, whatever, it's not that big of a deal. Mainly, I think it's just because, I'm more of a sexual being, while people who are ace, are, well, they're not. So, honestly, for me, it's not something that I'm probably going to quite totally understand, you know what I mean? So, but whatever, that's fine. I don't think it's a big deal. Wait, what? Is that objective statement? Well, what? I have objectively no back takes whatsoever. Okay, we'll just forget the last 3 hours happened. Oh, man, Rose, you did miss it, though. Holy shit, there were some hot takes going back and forth for a while.
They're releasing a new street.
I'm not bringing it back up, though, Venom. That's not, just saying. We'll just have our Juggalo Paul friend, be in the background, just staring into your soul. Whoop, whoop! Carrie was basically, she admitted to me because she liked me and knew I liked doing it. Well, I mean, from my understanding, there are asexuals that can be in relationships and also have, like, sexual intercourse and shit like that, and see, but that's kind of, like, I think where it confuses me a little bit, because there is that, but a lot of it, I mean, it's not like it's not consensual or anything, it is, but it's just, like, I don't know, like, I mean, from my understanding, it's not like they treat it as just, like, it's another, like, interaction, more or less, than, like, an actual, like, intimacy thing or something, like, I don't know, like, again, it's not something that I totally understand 100%, But I think that's just because I'm more of a sexual being, while someone who's asexual, well, like I said, isn't. So, yeah, asexual, yeah, it really, yeah, from my understanding, it depends on emotional connection type of thing. Yeah. So, like, I don't know. It's not like, something that I'm 100% like gonna quite get, because at least for me, there's also an emotional connection that is important when it comes to like an sexual attraction to somebody. But for asexuals, at least when it comes to sexuality aspect, that doesn't really play that much of a role with that. So I don't know. I mean, it's like I said, it's not something that I totally 100% get, but it's again, it's not a big deal. It's not really like something that I'm going to totally get in the first place. Just because I'm, like I said, I'm a sexual being. But that's fine. Some people aren't. Who cares? You do you, boo. You know what I mean? Their partners in it will mostly make them feel good more than anything for herself. But that's how she explained it to me. Well, yeah. Is Paul delving into, like, video game trailers?
So...
Here, hold on. Watch. Pause for a second. Now we're talking about such people, like their newly discovered species. Feeding habits pending. Store water. I mean, I'm not like trying to. Obviously, I don't think we're meaning it that way, but it's like it's. I don't know. I don't. Well, now that you pointed it out, I think there is a little emphasis about that. Goddamn. So now I feel bad. But like I don't know. I mean. It's not, like I said, it's not that big of a deal. Like, I work with somebody who's asexual, but also is in a relationship with, someone, at work. So, and, hey, they're both happy and love each other and shit, and I don't know. I don't know what their sex life's like, and frankly, I don't give a fuck. Like, I mean, I don't give a shit. So it's whatever, like, they're happy with each other, so who cares, it's all good. If anything, I'm more happy for them, like, if anything else, as far as I'm concerned, so good on them. Posted to me about boys needing to be boys and girls needing to be girls. Well, guess what? It doesn't say anything about femboys. Checkmate. Checkmate, conservative. Didn't say nothing about boys needing to be femboys. In fact, boys and femboy. Checkmate, conservative. Checkmate, bitch. Get some of that femboy sass in you, bitch. Doesn't he look at trans porn? He also, well, frankly, there's a lot of other things that he looks at. I mean, Venom can say it. I'll let Venom be the one to lay down that one. I think he knows what I'm talking about. He's been on E621 to look at horses and stuff. It's like, bruh. That also implies he knows what furries are too, because that's basically something that like E621 is basically the furry version of Rule 34. And he goes there specifically to find that material. It's like, bruh. That is heavily implying he knows what furries are, and that also disturbs me. It's like his stepdad, like, partially like a secret, like, furry or some shit that's, like, old. To that I say, nay! No! Oh my god, you gotta do it like a horse too. No! Like, no! This is bad! Bad! He has some in common with Robert E. Lee. Oh, God. Well, wait, in more ways than one, evidently. Oh! Okay, this caffeine is getting to me, but I don't give a fuck. And we'll see what random things about these video games are being delved into when it comes to Paul and shit, because, I mean, this will help devolve away from this awkward topic. The thought of that just killed my boner. Thanks, Signar. You're welcome. That's not a carrot. Yeah, it ain't carrot at all. Oh, God. Round one.
So,
what's going on here? What are we ranting about, Paul? It's about video games.
I don't know how to explain that.
Is this
Street Fighter has always
Street Fighter, yeah,
an ethnic game. There's always been ethnic characters in it. That's part. It's Street Fighter, the World Warrior. was the tagline.
Does he talk? I wonder if he's going to get into like how people think there's wokeness in video games.
That's always been like one of its strengths, I think, is that it's got all these kind of eccentric fighting characters.
Didn't Mortal Kombat kind of have that too a little bit?
Go for that here, but it has this like weird, off-putting Pixar kind of thing going on.
You know, now that he mentions it, it kind of does, because the guy on the right, it kind of reminds me of Wreck-It Ralph. Not even gonna lie.
Okay, so did you see that? So that's a new mechanic.
Community post.
It's a new mechanic.
Kids under 8 are free to eat here.
Rush or whatever. I don't really know
Cannibals.
what it does yet, but it looks like somebody's comment or whatever.
Like it.
And they did this like graffiti kind of like spray paint.
Thinks movies are getting more woke.
That's very
Which is just so stupid, because there's plenty of movies back in the day that were quote unquote kind of like woke a little bit for their time.
This like graffiti paint motif.
It's just ridiculous.
You'll see it happen a bunch.
Even if there were some like kind of raunchy, edgy shit in it. So he hates anything that isn't a Western? Oh my god.
See that shit where the paint slops all over the ground and stuff? Yeah, they kind of had that in Street Fighter V, but it was way less pronounced than this. And dude, I hate it so bad.
Does he think that Western movies have got woke too?
Even a big
yeah, what does he think about Django Unchained or something? Is that too woke? Because it perceives, like the white man as like these just plantation owner, white Hicks racists or something?
I really don't feel like
outside of the guy that was hanging out with Django, that German dude,
that are all into graffiti. But maybe I'm fucking wrong.
I thought the German dude was actually kind of cool. Oh my god, he thinks Django Unchained is woke. Oh my god.
Weird cartoonish.
Oh my fucking god. You know what's funny? Racist against whites? Are you fucking kidding me? You know what's funny? My mom, despite her being conservative as she is, my mom likes Django Unchained. Unironically, like, she thinks it is a little too violent or gory, but I mean, like, beyond that, she likes the movie. So, I mean, honestly, like, Jesus Christ, even if my goddamn conservative ass mom, likes the movie, I mean, that really fucking says something, dude. I mean, oh my god, wow, what a sad bitch.
Just do like Street Fighter.
Too woke. My god. Wow. Wow. Wow.
Let's see. Yeah.
The Lincoln, the Vampire Hunter. Oh my god.
So this is Street Fighter V, and to me, like, this looks way better. Like, it's not like over the top, like, look how fucking wild and colorful everything is. Oh, look at
it doesn't look Pixar-y.
Spraying over. It's kind of got like a
this perpetual victim mentality. Only something like that can look at a movie based on historical facts and still feel persecuted. I mean, for fucking real. I mean, yeah, Django Unchained, like, like hyperbolic in a lot of ways, sure, but it's, if anything, it is actually somewhat historically accurate when it comes to the social commentary of the movie. Like, I mean, it's like, Jesus Christ. I mean, what a dingbat, dude. Too woke means being historically accurate. My god, what a fucking nub.
No thanks. I'd rather not.
At least when it comes to, like, video games, at least the main problem when it comes to entertainment is the fact that it degrades, as it progresses or regresses. Because Street Fighter V definitely looks better than whatever he was, that new one that was there that looked Pixar-y. And honestly, that's the main thing. Everything's all like Pixar-y and corporatized and all like ooh, kind of. Like, it's just like basically cookie cutter. That's the problem. It's not because things are woke. I would love to have things that are woke, but also like not cookie cutter and like a little edgy and, breaks boundaries and stuff. You know what I mean? Like, I'm all about like, woke stuff being entertainment, honestly. Like, I'm okay with that. Just make it good. Just make it some good shit that, people are gonna like. Yeah, that's all I asked for. Just make the shit actually good.
Let's save me some time.
That's really all I care about. Just make the entertainment, whether film or a video game or whatever, actually good and fun.
Oh my god.
Frankly, it's why I like Cocaine Bear. Like, there was nothing really inherently, like, you know, like, woke about it. It was just like a fun, raunchy little movie, but, you know, it was fun, and it was decently written enough to, you know, be for what it was. I mean, I like that shit. It was good. It was something that kind of pushed a little bit of a boundary, or kind of brought back this, like, absurdist, like, kind of, like, horror, dramatic comedy vibe. It was good.
I think they both look pretty good.
And it was just something that I feel like it was just needed.
Grizzled and determined, and Kim looks like he's having fun. You know what I mean?
They actually went hard and showed how the subjects made it a part of Lincoln's origin story. Damn. I actually want to see that movie, frankly.
Look at this. Okay, so this isn't Ken, by the way. This is another character that they've added. So the last new character that was released for Street Fighter V is this dork, Luke. Who his whole thing is, he's a dude that has Popeye arms. Like literally that's his thing. If you you see his forearms, how they're like completely out of proportion to the rest of him.
Oh my god, they kind of are.
That's his deal.
They have like some Popeye shit going on. What the
like
fuck?
Mannequins.
His favorite Civil War movie is Gods and Generals. Oh, ugh. Yeah, that's like a horrible revisionist, you know, lost cause fucking thing. It's just, ugh. It's lame.
Do not hesitate.
Wow, they're giving us like some real close looks at it. They made them more realistic. Kinda, yeah, I guess so.
Not really.
It felt less of an animated style and more of like a modern 3D game style, and it just does not work in my opinion. Like, I hate it.
At least for something like Street Fighter, I don't know if it works.
Like just doing all of Ryu. This is just all Ryu. Can we? Yeah, there we go.
I've seen a movie, but given how slaves were treated, I'm willing to bet the violence portrayed didn't get exaggerated a lot.
That's the new Capcom.
Well, a little bit. It was kind of like, you know, flavorfully, you know, or tastefully, you know, put in. Like, a lot of the violence wasn't necessarily, like, exaggerated, but there were some parts and some scenes that were kind of purposely exaggerated.
I don't like this character.
Like, actually, there's kind of a lot of sense of, like, kind of theatrics with the use of blood in that movie. So, I mean, there is a sense of exaggeration, but it's not, like, super heavily, like, hyperbolic necessarily.
You know, like, that's part of the...
It's more theatrical, you know, like, kind of like how, like, kind of Joker used, like, the blood could be almost kind of like a glittery kind of, like, look instead of just, like, regular blood, so to speak, kind of using a little bit more of a thematic approach to it. It's something that Tarantino did, at least with Django Unchained in that way, at least. Not like, you know, how, the Joker did it, though.
Supposed to be like Hispanic.
I've seen is to outlaw Josie Wells because it shows Confessy as it was, but the reason why the character was Confessy is because his family had been killed in a Yankee tag. Huh. I know there's, like, the one called The Free State of Jones, which, funny enough, has Matthew McConaughey in it.
You know?
Which, that one, like, I mean, I don't know. I mean, that one I like. Kind of delves into, like, you know, Southern Unionists and a lot of the ones that kind of seceded from the Confederacy. What the hell's Paul getting into?
So Blanca, the Beast guy. Look at him. They put him in a fucking one-strap overalls. and a.
It looks like a fucking warlock or some shit from, like, World of Warcraft or something. What the fuck? Makes me watch a lot of the movies with him. Ew. You don't have to sit through that. He doesn't have to make you, by the way.
Well, like, there's another black character. I guess that this character is American Indian, I guess.
For a mom, you do. Well, what's he gonna do if you don't?
But yeah, there's a black character in this that's a new character that I think is the worst fucking character design
She doesn't have to?
I've ever seen.
I thought having to watch Hallmark movies was bad. I mean, fuck, goddamn.
Because there's been some pretty fucking weird characters.
I mean, for real.
Like,
Of course.
I hate this. Like, I hate this fucking. I hate the way this character looks. I hate. Like, here, let's see what you hear something about.
Is this Street Fighter? Seriously? Oh my god. What the fuck? I feel like I'm watching like some weird Overwatch shit. What the fuck? This... Goddamn. Did she just like punch him with the fucking spray paint can?
Like, what? Is this just a Japanese thing? Is this what Japanese people... Yeah. Is this what Japanese people think that, like, black people are doing these days?
I don't know. What the fuck?
This feels like a Hello Fellow.
What the fuck, ball?
And with it, or whatever, and it just... Yes, it's a Japanese thing. Well, it sucks.
It sucks.
It sucks.
Oh my god. Ah!
Like, it just sucks.
Goddamn, what has happened to our gaming?
It's ass.
What happened to our video game? Why has it become, like, legit overwhelming?
For fucking Sunday, it sucks.
Goddamn.
She's wearing 2 Apple Watches? Is that
oh my god, she is! Why?
Pop World right now, 2 Apple Watches is the thing?
Just flexing 2 Apple Watches, because, you know, why not? Oh my god, dude. What has become of our video game?
Verse me online? No.
Oh my lord.
I never played Advance Wars.
The Lord of mercy on all our souls with this one. My god. Benis.
To be very fair, the Japanese infamously don't know how to do black people. Yeah, but like this is like Capcom is not just like a cloistered Japanese company. Like there's no excuse. Because yeah, like this is like to me this is offensive.
I mean a little bit. I mean not for the same reasons, but this is kind of offensive.
Like what
I mean, but just for different fucking reasons.
Jury.
Like, what is this? Like, what is that fucking shit? Jury? Wait, that's a sex bot? Like, see, that's just offensive. Like, what is this? I don't mean to. No, not you. This video game. I mean, what is going on?
Trying to fuck everybody or what?
Is she trying to literally, like...
Get it, but...
What is the...
She's like all lick at her lips and... keep me waiting.
What the fuck?
Just turned her into like, I don't know, man.
What is
it just...
What is...
Don't like it.
Man, what happened to Street Fighter? What is this? Oh my...
I think she looks bad, but...
Oh god.
I'm not trying to be a prude about them, but it's just like, come on.
Never make that sound again, Paul. Please. I mean, for real. You know he will. Okay, this is loud. What's going on here? This is Genshin Impact. No, that's Street Fighter, apparently. That occasional octopus will punch a fish for no reason other than spite. Fuck them fish. That's true. Fuck them fish. Whoa, yo!
Oh shit.
Oh shit.
Led me to the fucking foot fetishes.
Oh god, what? Oh my god, this video game, dude. Street Fighter 6. This is a 6th one. What happened? Oh my god.
Go all the way to bikinis, dude. They did that back in the day. What was that fucking... There was a fighting game back in the 90s.
Why, man? What the fuck? I feel like this is like something you see out of Saints Row, like a little side mission you have to get into or something.
Virtua Fighter.
Like, what happened? What? This ain't Street Fighter I'm aware of.
Dead or alive.
Oh my god. Lord have mercy.
see who else they got in here. Here's another new character, which DJ.
DJ.
We didn't talk about DJ.
Oh, God.
I mean, DJ hasn't changed much, honestly. DJ's like a Rastafarian guy, I guess.
Take that. Fight with all your heart.
Oh, God. JP, is that meant to be Jordan Peterson?
Some of like the new characters, like Manon.
The fuck?
This, I don't know what her name is. But it's just... I don't know.
I really don't want to experiment with $300 pieces of equipment, Lamau.
DJ's alright.
Well, just look up a YouTube video about it or something. I don't know.
Very different with his.
Just do it that way.
Design.
Ain't that hard.
But poor Blanca. Blanca got it.
This is alright. Don't expect me to be a pushover.
Ugh. Anyway.
Oof. I tried watching YouTube videos. So how's there no results?
I was just watching that E-Honda match reveal or whatever that they did earlier, and I was just like, man. Man.
This is something I need someone to personally explain to me. Well, maybe my roommate Fred Durst can help you with that. I don't know.
I mean, I don't know. I don't think I ever really play the game at the level that would require me to memorize matchups. I like playing Street Fighter. I get competitive with it, like if I'm playing with my friends, but it's, you know, like fun competitive, not like I'm gonna fucking no life this game competitive. Yeah, E-Honda does. He just, I don't know. He just looks basic.
Used to have an Arctic.
At least Chun-Li still has the legs. I mean, if she didn't, I think there would be, like, the fan base would riot.
Oh, yeah. If Chun-Li didn't have them legs, there would be some rioting going on. Frankly, that would be understandable to burn some shit down with. For an eighth of weed.
Please keep playing games for fun. The competitive.
Why, though? No, I mean, an eighth? I'd want more than that. Goddamn. Bah.
Like, I haven't been in a place where I could no-life a video. I would say, like, the last video game that I no-lifed was probably either StarCraft.
It's about $80.
Or Ultima. I was pretty heavy
get
in
like
those games.
Should have gotten at least half an O for that.
99%
or quarter
free time when I was 16, 17. Since then, it's been, I just can't really. I like playing games. I think they're fun, but I can't
really think of the last time I really outright no-lifed a video game.
Some of these games require.
I think for me, what counts as no-lifing, I think just like consistently binging like a video game, like hours on end. Like, for example, like I know something that I did through high school was I no-lifed basically like Rising Storm when that was pretty popular on Steam. Or after school, I'd basically just go home and play some video game, and that pretty much would be it. And then just like when I go to bed, then I'd go to bed, wake up, go to school, and rinse and repeat basically. You know, so like all in all, I mean that's kind of what I would consider essentially. And the closest I could think of would basically either be like something like Star Trek Online, or I suppose the closest as of recently would probably be Road 96, but that was literally within like 2 days when I completed that. And after that, I just kind of like, you know, like, I mean, didn't really pay too much mind to it. And even then, not really, because I was doing other shit. I didn't literally spend all day playing the game. I just spent like a couple hours before bed playing, you know, the first half and then the second half after, the next day. So, wasn't a very long game. Fun, but, you know.
I like playing games in chunks. Sit down, play a couple hours.
Haven't played since 100%ed it. It's like a month ago. Yeah, well. It's pretty much what I did with Road 96. I'm kind of getting back to Solaris to check out the new DLC and all that shit right now. But it's not something I've outright no-lifed, really.
Line is too much. It really isn't. Like if you want, if like you look at it and you get the green-eyed monster and you're like, oh man, I want all these giant expensive ships and I want all these skills and stuff, then yeah, I would say it's too much. You definitely got to play it like a child if you want.
Don't buy me DLCs. Seriously.
But just like zooming around and blowing up NPCs and stuff, it's pretty fun game.
Trying to get this pork bun out, goddamn.
Yeah, some games really do like suck you in.
Sit.
Yeah, I don't know. I'm not a huge fan of the Metal Gear games. I like the original. When I say the original, not the remake of the original. Like,
so you can draw my things.
Metal Gear Solid.
Some tacos are now forbidden. Oh my god, they're not forbidden.
That was a cool game. Metal Gear Solid 2.
Just temper it every now and then with, like, you know, sporadically. Just, like,
I guess
don't bring it up, like, all the time.
This one went, like, kind of over the top. It was silly, and I was just like, oh. And since then, I didn't really. Metal Gear Solid on the NES, those, like, the NES, the early Metal Gear games are pretty unplayable. Like, they're kind of shit.
Terran or Earthling, I don't care.
Online's game economy was
either or.
A prominent player died in the Benghazi attack. No, I
really?
don't remember that. Still playing Spice Wars. I haven't booted it up in a while, but
stay. I
think they released the Emperor or whatever. So I haven't checked it out.
Stay.
I'd love for you to just stream more games.
Okay, go get it.
I've told you how I feel about that. I might change my mind in the future, but to me, games are like just kind of like a chill thing where I just turn my brain off for a little while and play some video. I don't know that I want to try and be Mr. Entertaining when I'm playing games all the time.
Pretty much the same way, honestly. That's why I don't really... I mean, maybe every now and then I might do that, but I'm pretty much kind of the same level. Unless it's like, you know, something that's a little bit more fast-paced where it's just like kind of match by match. I could play like a couple rounds and then like take a break real quick and then play a couple more. So I guess FPS games, you know, would work pretty well. Kittens are still at the door. Let them all in! And close the door when they're all in. Stay. Sit. Sit. Sit, boy. Sit. Sit. Sit.
I'm not going to try to be entertaining, just play some games and hang out. That's not the way it works, my friend.
Let him in. That's what I'm saying.
That is not the way it works.
You don't want to catch a bunch of kittens? Yes, you do. I decree you release the kittens. Sit. Hey, sit.
Part of my problem is that I play games that immerse me and suck me in. And
sit.
I end up going like 20 minutes without
patience.
saying a word to the audience. It's like, what? Why am I live?
Are they the same ones who took pictures while squeezing them like near empty toothpaste tubes? Yes. Oh my god. There you go. Oh my god. They aren't tiny anymore. Well, let them in anyway, damn it. Damn little sweet little kittens. They beckon for the attention.
I mean, that's just how the fucking... That's how you have to be in order to do that shit.
They have sharp teeth and claws. As all kittens do. Your point?
Why does streaming make it less enjoyable? Just curious, because I just described it. Like, I like to play games where I get kind of sucked into the narrative and I get sucked into the gameplay and I'm concentrating on that game. I don't like there to be this, like, floating bag of eyes over my shoulder looking
floating bag of eyes.
And on top of that, to be...
You pup! You keep knocking cans over! Stop it!
Games, like... I don't know how to put it. Like, it draws out
goddamn Cooper.
This kind of element in people where people get real annoying and you don't want to tell them how annoying they are, you know, because
you can't pick them up and love on them anymore. Yeah, you can.
You're trying to get people to
go them up and like it, you know, have their little belly extended and just give it little scritches, just like this.
Constant, like, oh, you missed a thing, or in this upcoming boss fight, you're gonna want to put on this weapon, winky face, and it's just like, shut up. Alone. Let me figure this
Paul calling you out in the background. No.
Playing video games is like not having somebody to.
I mean, do you do that?
You gotta figure it out.
Because if so, I actually might understand it.
And so you're trying to like force yourself to pay attention to the chat, and when you do, it's filled with a bunch of people that are like trying to play the game via text. What the fuck?
Oh my god. Holy shit. Playing the game via text. Fuck.
I met people like that in real life. They're 10 times more infuriating than the
oh my god.
Well, I don't spend my time with people like that, so why would I stream games?
Oh my god.
Yeah, dude, just like weird vicarious.
I mean, when I play in person with someone, well, luckily I'm not a noob.
What?
Like, one of these days I'll have to, like, kind of show you some of my skills. With at least something.
Like,
maybe some War Thunder when I get into that.
Too. Like, I'm not even shitting on it.
Or enlisted, because I know Stony will really wants me to get into that.
It takes a certain amount of, like, focus and talent to be entertaining while you're also playing a game at a reasonable level.
Boob.
It's cool when you stream episodes like Tales from the Crypt.
A lot of times we land a Stellaris game after we get all DLCs. Don't give me all the damn DLCs. Stop it.
Tales from the Crypt, as it stands now, doesn't look like it's really being like copyright enforced by anybody. But that could change in a heartbeat. And then if I've got a bunch of fucking, you know, a bunch of Tales from the Crypt episodes out there publicly, then I'm fucked.
Gotta love the artificial changing of YouTube's TOS. Lovely.
I don't know how Destiny can play high-level StarCraft 2 or Dyson Sphere Project while debating some economic policy or some shit. Yeah, I mean, there's definitely, like, there's two different there's people that, like, compartmentalize that shit. And
I mean, Vosh is the same way, too. There's a lot of people like that, honestly.
I feel like...
I mean, if it's like kind of a low-level brain game, like if I was playing like Stellaris, I could play it at like a slower speed of a game and just kind of like use it more as kind of like to kind of keep the brain semi-occupied while I'm, you know, more focused on the conversation. Like, I can see it for myself even, but...
I'm the same way with movies.
I don't know about, like, you know, like the Vosh level where he's playing like straight up like some fucking, like, I don't know, like... whatchamacallit,
pausing a movie and discussing something that happened, or...
was it, like Fall Guys or some shit, where you all like those little weird dudes, basically it's like Wipeout but a game, like the video game, essentially, whatever that is, you know, some other random shit. I guess, like, what the fuck, dude, Jesus Christ, would you knock it off? Nothing even got brought up about that. Jesus fucking Christ, dude.
I'm the same with boobies. Creepypasta streams? No. Who even, like, is creepypasta even a thing still? It's been a while since I was into creepypasta.
I mean, is it actually?
I had like a 2 or 3 year long kind of fling with creepypasta as a concept. Had a couple of channels that I watched, and
yeah, I was kind of into him for a while myself. That was kind of like a big thing in like the mid 2010s.
It got played out.
I think that's what it was. It got played out because so many people oversaturated the market because they were all wanting to do their own creepypastas and all this other shit.
Like more theatrical kind of. But
I got out of pastas. I mean, it wasn't even that for me. I think it was just the virtue of the fact that it was just so oversaturated. There was like literally thousands of them because so many people wanted to do their own. I liked some of the bigger ones, and there was like a few smaller ones I thought were pretty interesting and cool. But, I mean, like, there was just literally so many, and because it was so oversaturated, that meant there was a bunch of fucking sloggy shit. Because, like, some high schooler doing some ooh thing, you know, thinking they're good about it. Which, frankly, it's not like they're untalented. It's like they got some chops, but it's like they should have, like, you know, worked it out a little bit and, like, you know, maybe waited a little bit, you know what I mean? But, yeah.
Yeah.
Got obsessed with Slenderman. I kind of like Slenderman a little bit, because from my understanding, that's like one of the creepypastas that's at least somewhat tangentially related to an actual kind of like, you know, folklore that started in Germany with the Grossemann, which basically is like something, you know, that like it was a folklore about like a tall man in a suit that would abduct children, basically. And, you know, and I think the idea was that they would essentially be, like, killed, but, you know, I think that was, like, the idea, essentially. So there was kind of, like, a legitimate, like, origin story to the whole Slenderman thing, but it's folklore. I mean, it's not really based on actual fact. It's basically, like, an OG creepypasta that eventually was modernized into another creepypasta, if you really think about it.
Pulpy pasta. Pulpy pasta.
Like a proto-pasta, almost?
Whatever. I don't want to talk about creepypasta anymore.
I mean, kind of, if you consider any online horror story to be creepypastas, and yes, as for exclusively creepypasta wiki, I haven't seen any stories that are getting narrated for a while. Well, yeah, I guess so. Marble Hornets, Tribe 12, Everyman Hybrid, those are my favorite Slenderman channels. I think I remember Marble Hornets, that sounds familiar. And I think Everyman Hybrid is another one that sounds familiar as well.
So, I'm gonna get out of here. I'll see you later, bye.
All Paul Deep. Yeah, I don't think I've ever shown my story list. Mainly post on No Sleep Sober. Oh. Oh shit, there's a fucking huge ass list. Well, actually, well, since... wait, hold up. How do I, Oh, we already got that out of the way. Alright, never mind. So, I already following. But... Bop! There we go. Span like 40 parts, 42 joke. Huh. Well, shit. I'll check some of these out at some point. Wait, what? Wait, what the fuck is this? What the fuck? What the hell? Who's this? What the hell? Dude, what the fuck? What is this, like some enigma, like cryptic like messaging or something? Like, what the fuck is going on there? Oh my lord. Oh my good lord. Lord of mercy. So there's just other random little things on too. I guess there isn't. Boo. Boo. Wait, what's this? Okay. It's a mechanics after successfully convincing a single mother to pay $470 for an oil change. Saul Goodman, what the? That's, oh my lord. I want to see the comments on this one. He's proud of himself. It's usually the only oil self. Say 200 small things. Oh yeah, that's true. As a plumber, I wouldn't know if this is correct. Should have been $550 in all seriousness. No, really, hey, mechanics have done that, and I plan on making everything as usable. Hey, well, at least good on this guy. I mean, honestly, it's because there are mechanics that kind of exploit and upcharge purposely and shit, and they're just kind of piece of shit. So, you know, it's like, you know, the mechanics aren't necessarily exclusive to that. Or, you know, like plumbers, you know, there's some small businesses that do that. There's, you know, contractors of all sorts, landscapers. Like, there's different people that will do shit like that. At least people are legit honest with the industry. Like, they don't like them. They usually kind of, you know, detest those types. It's a lot newer, but I have a list of more articles. It's not really a story based on more of my thoughts on horror topics. Non-fiction posts. You know, since I'm on Reddit, fuck it, what's going on the Reddit? Let's go on the homepage. Let's see. Lansing here. Not like going on Reddit, but they have deep, weird lore. Yeah, let's see. Does anyone remember this? What is this?
You're recording now.
Slim proof and recording it. I don't think so. I don't think I've seen this one. Oops.
You're recording now. Thomas, would you like to start from the beginning? Am I? Yes, Thomas, you're safe. Now, can you start from the beginning so that we may try to understand the events that happened?
Okay. My daughter Jessica, she had been outside playing at a friend's house, and we only lived up the street. No, they actually only lived up the street. I'm sorry. It started to get dark out, and I had called her friend's parents that she needed to get home. They told me that she left over a half hour ago. Well, they're only a 5-minute walk away, so
Is this where you left the house looking for?
You actually used to think it was real?
Yes.
Is there any video to it?
We live in a wooded area, and I knew she liked playing there with friends, but going alone didn't make sense.
Okay, so what happened next?
I was calling Jessica's name, and it had been really getting dark out now. I was walking through the woods, looking and listening to anything. I remember suddenly feeling sick, like nauseous in the stomach, like I wanted to throw up.
Hey!
I started getting ringing in my ears. Then
Thomas?
that thing! That nightmare!
I thought some no sleep posts were supposed to be real.
No, Jessica's clothes. One of its
You won't believe how many fake Slenderman documentaries refer to or straight up steals audio. Damn.
It's okay. Can you please describe what he looked like?
It was tall. It appeared to be wearing a suit, but there's no way it was human. There's no way. The arms are almost to the ground. I've never seen anything like it.
I'll admit it does sound real.
It's okay, Thomas. We can continue.
That horrible fucking face! Just staring at me! But no, there was no face! There was no eyes! What did I see?
Thomas, please calm your...
No! No! I fucking saw you, son of a bitch! It took my Jessica! It's now coming for me! I can't sleep! I can't live! You don't know! You don't know! Oh God! Oh God! It's
Thomas, calm down.
Ah! It's right there! Hold it!
Oh, fuck. A lot of them straight up using this as proof without saying it's a fucking actor. This is gold when creepypastas are popular. Remember being... It was around 14. Now it's 10 years later and I feel nostalgic. Watched this when I was 11. I'm 20 now. I'm still scared for my life. Bitch. I was so convinced back in the day. The way Thomas said we've... You could tell that whoever wrote that was a teenager at the time. It's funny how the only people in these, the only ones who don't know who's, huh? Okay, whatever. Well, it seems like at least a lot of these comments are like, oh, good times, you know, from, yeah, like, you looking back at it, if anything. Is this as a case of Slenderman killing cops? Oh my lord, wow. Just be like, man, just play heavily into it, Jesus Christ. Oh, there's even another one, apparently. Please call Creepypasta Slenderman number 2. Pod 2 Electric Boogaloo to it. Oh my god, there's a few of them, apparently. I read Slim and there's only one person who could take him down. Macho Man. Yeah, brother. Damn right. Shit, love it. And that's how you'll take him down too, with that outfit specifically. Holding some Slim Jims. Oh yeah! Zukov, your butt. You know that? You better recognize that. Son of a bitch. That Summit hype died around the same time Macho Man did. It's too much of a coincidence, if you ask me. Yeah. It is. It really, kind of says one thing. Got taken out, man. Good shit, too. It's one of the rogue former is an alternative future self of the protagonist of the series. Jesus Christ. Then Macho Man throws some and off some kind of a cell in the 80s. I think so. I'm pretty sure. Yeah. Because he was also wearing a suit. Did he also happen to, Oh, I think he also kind of looked like a little bit, kind of like Kane almost. Just without the face. I saw him do that. Oh, yeah, what? Oh, my God. Man, when they tease that on the Nuggets the other day, oh, God, no. I'll fucking starve the aliens if you keep going. I mean, I wasn't even alive then, but I still remember. Yeah, I remember that shit. Yeah, I wasn't even alive yet, and I still remember that, man. Fucking smashed the fucking, Spanish announcer's table and shit. Fucking wild, bro. Boob. Bup. Come here, pup. Pup, pup. Get your little pup ass over here, you little son of a bitch. Oh my God, you little prick. Really? I just saw that happen because my real dad was a wrestling freak. Nice. So you there, see it. So you remember. Oh my God. Oh yeah. I think I'll get one more bowl loaded up and cash down. Get some food. Because I have a little caffeine in me, and luckily I have a day off tomorrow, I think I'm just gonna, like, binge, a little bit more of that Stellaris game. Kind of got a little start on it, but I haven't really gotten far with it at all yet, so I kind of want to get more into it to kind of get more of a consensus about, like, how I feel about it. God, I hate that Kane joke, Lamau. I mean, to be real, I do too. It's fucking awful. But, I mean... really, honestly, it wasn't really that bad up until it went, like, 40 fucking minutes. Like, it was fine for, like, 5, at most 10, but they went on for over half a fucking hour. That's what really made it bad. Like, even some of the most loyal like, even some of the mods themselves were like, enough of this, please, stop. Like, dude, there was, like, legit revolution about to happen in the fucking chat, dude. Like, there was about to be the spark of Lenin's revolution in DFF's chat that day, bro. Like, they were this close to fucking enacting it. Like, oh my God. It's like, there was, like, deadass about to been a schism, dude. Dude, it could have been a dude, serious, oh my God, for real. Holy shit, it could be a torture method. Dude, like, for real, bro. I mean, it could. Dude, you know what's fucked up? I was at work that day. So every time I would tune out and be like, oh God, they're still at it, and like 5 minutes later thinking, alright, they moved on, guess what? It's still fucking, the Kane joke. And I'm like, Christ alive. I would literally go back and forth, and by the time I went on break, they finally fucking ended it, where I'm like, please God, I'm on my, like, Like, and then they finally moved on, like, as I'm about to walk back up to fucking work after I smoked like 8,000 bowls. Okay, not that many, but like, goddamn. Presses play. Well, it was off in Hell in the Cell? Please add me to, for real. It would have been like that, just like 8 hours later. It's like, wasn't it off Hell in the Cell? And yeah, I think it was, and I think it also got smashed into the fucking Spanish announcement table. Yeah. Oh my, yeah, dude. Dude, and man, our Valkyrie, the Queen, Taylor, she, unfortunately was not able to, like, co-opt the joke, and co-opt everything. But she came in there for a second to try to stop shit. So I value that. She came in there, she tried. She did her best. She went in there, came in, you saw, her and Scotty, like, wrestling and fighting it off a little bit, because she wanted to get in there to get the mic and be like, you all shut the fuck up and move on. Like, she wanted to say it, bro. Like, everyone was ranting, like, Taylor, come on, save us. But Scotty, alas, fucking, just refused, to let, to just let Taylor have a voice. Shame. Shame. And then they go in and out, find out a guy they were torturing. Yeah. Just gets Epsteined. That's even a deeper conspiracy. Someone snuck in there, Epsteined him. Dun dun dun. Would he have good thoughts about him? I mean, yeah, fair enough. Yeah, I saw that. Having bad thoughts about him. Yeah, I mean, he's gonna fuck up stuff move if he does. I'm a freak. I mean, honestly, it's just like, be vigilant about it, but don't, like, wear yourself up a storm too much about it. I mean, there's not really much, there's not much that really can come from that, at least for right now. I have good thoughts when he leaves for work. Well, true. Fair enough. I suppose you'll have good thoughts when you get the fuck out of that state. But anyway, at least call good and smack out on this chicken Sammy I've been saving. So, anyway, probably pop in for the afternoon tomorrow. See how I'm feeling. Hopefully I'm done with this food poisoning bullshit. Like, I'm feeling like I should be okay, but I have a weird paranoid feeling, speaking of paranoia, that that's just going to happen again tomorrow, and I don't know why. Hope not, but anyway. Oh no, though. I'll be out, and of course, I will be back around for the next one, so. A toodaloo, a barkaroos.